Howdy, Chiefs. Are you ready for the world's best Clash in action? Then you're in the right place. Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
That's right, it's the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are back with a huge tournament this year from across the globe. Players are going to be competing for a $50,000 prize pool and a last chance qualifier ticket to the World Championship. My name's Woody, and it's such a pleasure to be back casting this awesome tournament. And I'm joined today by two amazing co-casters as well. We're bringing them in now, Clash Bashing and Eve Maxey. How are you two doing?
Oh, Woody, I'm pumped up. I'm ready to go. Snapdragon Pro Series has gone global. It's going to be a good day of Clash action.
I'm very excited as well. We're going to be seeing some of the best teams in the world, some that have proven to be in the right place here, some that have already gained a golden ticket, but all the action will follow really soon.
Right, you both are. And because all of you in the audience are already here, you know about this channel, but we've got so much action going on our Discord server, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, on our website, the SnapdragonProSeries.com, and across social media. You're going to want to stay apprised of all the action going on for this weekend's performance and for the weeks to come. That's right, we have 4 open qualifiers starting this week and running through early August. The winners of each qualifier will advance to the open finals, but even teams that do not win the qualifiers will score points. The top 4 teams that don't win a cup outright will still advance to the open finals, Bash.
That's right. In those open finals, they will play in a double elimination bracket with a bracket reset if needed in the grand finals. And the winner of that will get a slot in the World Championships last chance qualifier. So a lot on the line, not only for winning this, but also gaining those points to move forward.
That's right, so let's take a quick look at the bracket. Those are the teams competing today, and as we're just seconds away from the action, let's also take a quick look at our schedule. So the plan is that we're starting off with 2 quarterfinals, and afterwards we'll dive into the semifinals action and eventually the grand final.
Right, you are, Maxey. Let's take a look at the schedule as well. We're going to get to see the first 2 matches on that bracket on stream. The 2 quarterfinal matches between VM Legacy and Dizzy Esports and between HTM and Tribe Gaming will be broadcast. Those other matches between Dizzy X Zenizos versus Vista Ridge Peak, as well as Synchronic versus VM Surgical, will be happening off stream. But the winners of those matches will advance on to the semifinals. We will see both semifinal matches and the grand finals match, but I'm getting word from production that the players are ready. They are hopping into it. We are about to start our first match between VM Legacy and Dizzy Esports. Bash, can you tell us a little bit about these 2 teams and what to expect from this match?
Well, VM Legacy has already gotten their golden ticket, so a very interesting thing for them. They are playing here, though, with a lot of prize money on the line, so you definitely want that. Taking a look at the roster, we got Thomas, Hawk, Darkstar, Ninja, and Synthé. This team is really well known. Like I said, already has their golden ticket, so they're playing here just to earn a little bit of prize money, but it's not going to be an easy task. As we move forward here, going into the matchup, we're already ready. Darkstar is in for VM Legacy. Let's get it, guys. We got Root Riders going in with Super Barbarians. This seems to be one of the most common strategies right now in Clash of Clans, and it's all about going fast.
That is also tied, usually in a perfect v perfect war. It goes down to the team that attacked quickest. We're already 1 minute into this attack by Darkstar, and it's looking like a triple bash. Just a question of how long it takes to finish off the remaining structures.
And that's one thing we're going to have to keep an eye on today is the clock, as this one comes in about 1:14 for Darkstar. The biggest thing in a lot of these attacks is going to be that time. We will occasionally see a 2-star here. It's not impossible to miss, but a lot of the time it's going to be a 3-star attack that's going to come down to time between these two teams all throughout this tournament. So we'll be keeping an eye on that clock. You guys will see us and hear us talking about time, plus or minus a few seconds, but that one at 1:14 is really on pace with where you want to be. Like, you want to be within that 80-second range. Anything faster than 80 seconds is obviously good.
Yeah, certainly. That was a stellar start for VM Legacy to start with a 3-star, and not just that, but going quicker than average. This is a world championship level attack from a team that already has a golden ticket, and it's going to be looking to score even more prize money and accolades this year through their performance in events like the Snapdragon Pro Series. That first hit right out the gate sets a standard for their opponents. Dizzy now knows that 1:14 is a pretty quick attack to have to follow up from. Let's see what they've got, as Ueda is going to be the next to strike. Moving back in again with Root Riders, a favorite in the pro scene right now, just because they can smash through those walls and open up so many compartments for the heavy hitting troops like Valkyries, like those P.E.K.K.A.s, giving easy access for the heroes who sometimes still get a jump spell to hop over the walls and get into the core compartment. That's what we see here, Bash.
Yeah, a lot of times you're going to use that jump with the king. Oh, the king actually goes out. Wanted that king to go in and go for the town hall with the queen. This could cause some issues. The queen is still very strong on her own, but you really, when you commit that jump, you want that king in there tanking for the queen. This could cause some issues. We do see the free spell go down on the town hall, but with queen having ability, should be able to still get this town hall down as the root riders are working through, and now the king will join everything out of that siege barracks on the top left side of the base.
That's a lot of Inferno damage heating up against the army, and no clear and easy way to get all the way to the core. It's just going to be the Archer Queen and Royal Champion now making their way to the interior of this base, taking out most of those structures, and it looks like 3 stars are on the board for Ueda here. He is just about at the same pace as our previous attack, just running into a little bit of trouble with the last remaining defenses here. That multi-target Inferno in the core is just going to be devilish to take down, but he does have enough to make it happen. Might have to deal with these walls, though, as it looks like a lot of traps coming out. And holy smokes, we are running low on offense. Still, there's an open compartment there, and that multi-target Inferno is not going to be enough to burn up a Barbarian King and the P.E.K.K.A. A lot of time saved by VM Darkstar on that base design, and that is going to lead with an early advantage for VM Legacy, Bash.
Yeah, all those traps in the core was this difference between an 80-second attack and what ended up being a 100-second attack, just under 100 seconds, a minute 36 seconds. So we're actually looking at a 22-second advantage, give or take a little bit here. We don't have official times, but VM Legacy up early. That King and P.E.K.K.A. having to walk all the way around there. That was tough. That tornado trap and all those air bombs. I mean, the Super Minion probably could have got that Inferno if it weren't for all those traps and saved a few seconds there. So that's very unfortunate.
Yeah, in a war that often does come down to timing, that is something that you don't want to get a surprise tornado trap, something to just shut down your quickest hits. We're going to take a quick step back and just look at the roster real quick, because we're going to make sure that everyone that's competing on this team gets their fair acknowledgement. Yeah, so Dizzy Esports here, we've got their roster on screen. It's got Den Den, Tsutsu, Jaga, Chen, and Kai. Excellent roster of a team that's been to the World Championship qualifying matches month in and out. A lot of big names here, Ash.
Yeah, Dizzy has been playing quite a bit in the monthly qualifiers, them and their sister clans. They were just in the last month's qualifier. Their sister clan was Dizzy X Niños. So we're pretty familiar with this Dizzy team and their kind of clan family. So they definitely look to make an impact. The one thing I do want to kind of focus on, because we kind of got hurried up through the beginning, is remember, this is single elimination. We're going to have 5 matches today. and they only get one shot, Woody. You got to win and keep going. You essentially have to win 3 times here. Well, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 times here to go ahead and take home our first Open championship.
Right you are, Bash. This is a one and done single shot opportunity in a best of 1 elimination match. So there's no room for error here. These teams have advanced through a single elimination bracket, racking up multiple wins just to get to this quarterfinal spot. And that quarterfinal spot does guarantee them leaderboard points toward qualification for the end of season finals. We're going to start with an attack from Hawk now as he's moving in with an Angry Jelly on the Barbarian King to target those defenses early on. He's also equipped a giant arrow on the Archer Queen, shooting through the core of the base. Excellent start here to be able to get an early funneling done for a lot of troops that are coming in on the bottom left side now, Dash.
Hawk, in a recent addition here to VM Legacy, actually just qualified for the World Championships with Millesime SMG, and then actually switched over to VM Legacy, who was already qualified. So very interesting, kind of seeing our first action here from Hawk with VM Legacy in an official capacity here. Again, VM Legacy does have that golden ticket playing for that prize money. They don't need the spot in the last chance qualifiers. They are already qualified for Worlds, but this one is going quick. As I talk about all of that, the base is pretty much destroyed. We're almost a minute in, and all that really remains is the Town Hall and the Monolith. Hawk is flying.
Soaring above this base and crushing the entirety of it in lightning fast time. VM Legacy are off to a very solid start so far. Super heavy hit. Blink and you miss it, Bash.
Yeah, that was about a minute 4, a minute 5. I think it was a minute 4 there. So VM Legacy are coming out quick so far. A minute 14, a minute 04. Dizzy's gonna have to make up some time, which that is easier said than done, but all it takes is what we saw from Dizzy. One building that a king has to go all the way around, or some troops have to backtrack to, and that can cost you 20 seconds. But VM Legacy looking really good so far. Dizzy, they're gonna have to pick up the pace just a little bit here.
Yeah, and that's a scary place to be in at the very beginning of a war, to be hitting 3 stars up on the board, but to know that you're already behind. It's somewhat of a unique story for the top level of Clash of Clans pro play, because oftentimes getting a defense here or there is something that you can expect, but not against the best players in the world. And that's what we've got here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, able to put up perfect wars without even batting an eye. It comes down to that tiebreaker on time so dangerously often that teams, once they start getting the first 1, 2, 3 attacks on the board, they know that with what they have left, they not only have to get that 3-star, but they have to get it quick. And when you're already behind 20, 30 seconds, it's feeling like an insurmountable task ahead of you, Bash.
Yeah, and when you do fall behind like that, that's when those mistakes happen. That's when we see players, I mean, you and I, when we're casting the qualifier for Worlds, we saw 1-stars happening because teams were just trying to go so fast and just get the attack in, and that's when a silly mistake can happen. A lot of times you see those mistakes on the last attack when it doesn't really matter as much, like they're already down 30, 40, 50 seconds, so they're really just kind of throwing it all against the wall. But we have seen where we'll have that first attack be a 2-star, and then you're really just playing behind the whole war, and it kind of gives your opponent a massive advantage.
Yeah, it really does. It's a psychological mind game element to Clash of Clans esports that we really love to pump up and explain every time, because that's essentially what's happening here and now. There's every sort of bit of planning, preparation, scouting that you can do on the bases that your opponents like to play, on the type of army compositions that they like to bring. But when the rubber hits the road and traps start flying up all over the place, you really have to have a plan B, a plan C, a spotter who's watching the attack at all times to make sure that if any little thing goes wrong, you can adapt on the fly and try to save a few seconds here and there and keep this a tight war. Not an easy task against a team like VM Legacy, but certainly the sort of thing that Dizzy has got the opportunity to do here and now. This is a team that has accomplished upsets before and certainly could knock out a golden ticket holding team, but not the sort of thing that we would see out of the first round of attacks. VM Legacy holding a lead, Bash.
EM Legacy is up on time, and now Dizzy, they're very familiar with perfect wars and going quick, as throughout this qualifier they have not lost any stars. They have had perfect wars all throughout, so that's something to keep in mind. So they definitely know how to go flawless, but with the time ticking, that's going to be the issue. And you mentioned, like, you know, catching those minor mistakes and adjusting on the fly. It's so tough to do that when we're talking 70, 87-second attacks. Like, it's a minute 10, a minute 20. You don't have much time to adjust. You don't have much time to fix a plan. And a lot of times we see right here what we're seeing now, where the overgrowth spell goes on the town hall and the town hall is saved for last. So if something goes catastrophically wrong and all the troops are down, you don't have much to get that town hall.
Not at all. Overgrowth spell is an interesting addition into this metagame as well. It's something that we've seen be used quite a bit in the core of the base to shut down a lot of those high hit point defenses. It's kind of a double-edged sword though, because sometimes you get a base completely wrecked along the outer edges, and with that overgrowth spell still up in the core, the troops just kind of wait there for a little while until that spell wears off and allows those buildings to be attacked again. That means that you kind of get a little bit of a threading the needle situation with dropping it, where you want to play it early enough that you still get the value there in preventing the damage from those structures, but you don't want to play it so late that you then have your troops standing, you know, twiddling their thumbs, nothing to do, having to wait for that spell to wear off, because then you're wasting time, one of your most precious resources in the war.
Yeah, that one was a pretty average paced attack, so they're still going to be down on time. I didn't get the official time there, so I'm not going to have official times, but I did see it was probably about 80 seconds, give or take a few seconds, so I'm assuming they're still going to be down around 20. So that's something we'll have to keep an eye on and kind of keep in the back of our head. Yeah, I wish I had that official time. Maybe I can get with production and they can send me the official time on that attack as we take a look at the war so far. Perfect thus far through 4 attacks, 6 stars, 6 stars, and 100%. The biggest difference here is the time thus far.
Right, you are. It is not an easy time of day either for some of these players. I know you and I, Bash, it's the middle of the night. But the advantage that the Snapdragon Pro Series has in going worldwide is giving teams across every time zone the equal opportunity to get in on the action and to have their fresh start ready to go. So it's pretty grueling for some squads to have to coordinate international fights in the middle of the night, at the peak of the day. Whatever the case may be, though, they are giving it their all in this first cup. VM Legacy holding a time advantage right now over at Dizzy Esports. Not one that you can be too happy about. It's a distinct lead, something that would be kind of expected between two teams of this caliber. You can't ask for a whole lot more, really, with 3 stars going up on the board like nobody's business. But VM Legacy, I think that they're pretty happy right now with that advantage on time, and even knowing that they're going to be having to attack next and see if they can maintain that lead. I think that this is probably an advantageous position for them. They're not quite yet high-fiving over there, I'd imagine, but they do likely have a solid set ahead on all their shoulders, and feel pretty clear and confident about what's coming next. Bash, what do you think?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, when you're up with this much of an advantage early on, we still do have 3 attacks for both teams, so anything could happen. All it takes is one mistake, one misplacement of a troop or a spell. But VM Legacy definitely have to be feeling good, and it's going to be Ninja, one of the youngest players we have here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, going in with another Root Rider attack. We do see those Super Barbarians often used on the back end of the attack to kind of funnel everything back towards the Town Hall. We do have 1 Overgrowth. We usually see that near the Town Hall compartment, as everything is surging right towards the middle of this base, and Ninja's well underway here. Excuse me.
No trouble at all. It's a hearty, heavy hit from the top corner of this base. Barbarian King on the offense, taking down the enemy King. Giant Gauntlet really giving him a lot of big DPS boost, but unfortunately he's not going to be getting much out of the splash damage from that hero equipment. That is one of the biggest advantages in bringing the Giant Gauntlet, is being able to smash multiple structures at once. Still, Ninja does have a good path set up for this base. Lots of Root Riders still alive and crashing into the core now. Support from the Grand Warden has been consistent throughout, but with that monolith still standing, the Town Hall still up. This is a bit of a dicey finish here. He's holding on to one more free spell. Still has quite a few troops to collapse along the edges, but that is not going to be the decisive quick finish earlier in the hit that he might have been looking for. Free spell does go down, and that's the perfect coup de grace against a tough base. Ninja approaching the 90-second mark now. Knows that he's going to be increasing the average time for VM Legacy just ever so slightly, but this was a difficult nut to crack, Bash.
Yeah, 131 there. So if you're Dizzy Esports, that's exactly what you needed. You're able to get a few seconds back there, hopefully, as that one was 1 minute 31 seconds. I am in communications with production. They're going to get me a time for that last attack so we can be a little bit more, not necessarily official, but a little bit have a better idea of what's going on here. But everything just kind of did not work out for Ninja here, as the overgrowth on the Town Hall had everything working past it, and the Queen was able to secure it, but it took her a long time. So a minute 31 there, not a crazy slow time, but a little bit slower than what we have seen from this VM Legacy team thus far. Leaves the door open for Dizzy just a little bit here. They really, if they could get like a minute 15 on the board here, I think that's where they should be aiming or hoping to be on their next attack.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's nothing about this war that says that you can just take your time. VM Legacy, a golden ticket holding team, is not going to be slowing down at all with their future attacks, especially with more time to prepare those hits and really clever players ready to just knock this one out of the park. That's certainly what we would expect to see from them. And so Dizzy have got to go pedal to the metal with their last few hits and to try to close that gap sooner rather than later. You don't want to have your clutch fifth hitter having to wait and make up a 40-second difference. A smaller difference than that is certainly doable, and so I think you hit the nail on the head there with a really great target of like 1 minute and 15 seconds for a relatively quick hit that can start to bring that average time down. VM Legacy in a commanding lead now though, Bash.
Yeah, I'm just looking at things, and it looks like Kai's attack was 75 seconds, so a minute 15. So I will get the math up here. Looks like I think not 1 minute, 33-second advantage for VM Legacy going into this volley of attacks. So again, if Dizzy can make up 15-20 seconds here, that would be ideal for them. It all comes down to their sixth attack though. Who knows what could happen? I mean, it's all about speed here. That's our main focus for sure. But they definitely have a door open to make up some of that time, as Kai was able to go pretty quick with a minute 15, but not faster than Hawk's minute 4 seconds. But with Ninja at 131, there's some time to be had.
Yep. Speed, accuracy, and power. Those are the three things that these teams are having to balance out. They want to get those hits as quick as possible for a tiebreaker, but they got to have perfect funneling out the gate, especially if you're using something like a giant arrow. That requires tile perfect placement. And of course, you need to punch hard, hit fast, and leave no survivors. Chin going for another 3-star attempt here for Dizzy Esports, starting off in the bottom compartment. He's dropping the Archer Queen with a giant arrow, ready to send that in and get a little bit more work done along one of these edges, but haven't seen her quite yet. It's going to be the Barbarian King hopping over walls with the jump spell to get things started off. Archer Queen still holding on to that giant arrow. A bit unusual to have it this late in the raid. Usually you want to see that cutting through the entirety of the base, and so Chin's got to be very careful about when he pops that ability now, Bash.
It almost feels like it was a mistake and the equipment wasn't changed here, because a lot of times you're going to use that giant arrow with like a dragon attack to cut through the middle of the base, take out some sweepers, and maybe take out some of those like arrow targeting defenses, or at least weaken them up. On a Root Rider attack, you don't really need that as much. You really want kind of like the healers in there to support the Queen, maybe a frozen arrow. We don't see that too much, but definitely that invisibility vial as well. So could have been a mistake, or we could see this giant arrow kind of shoot through the middle of this base, as we are a little bit slow here though. Woody, look at the time. A minute 20 has elapsed, and we still have quite a bit of base to go here.
Yeah, quite a bit left and only 1 star. This is a terrifying spot to be in for an attacker. The forces do seem to have enough to get the cleanup done, but man, is it gonna be a really razor-tight finish here. 3 heroes collapsing in at the end. The Barbarian King gets the final slash in, and that's the 3-star strike that Chen was looking for, but it's by the skin of his teeth, Bash, just showing you the terrible difficulty that we have in finishing off really tough hits.
No frozen arrow there, Woody. So I missed it at the beginning, but that was or no giant arrow rather. It was a frozen arrow.
Frozen arrow.
Frozen arrow instead. Okay, so yeah, it wasn't a mistake there. We just had a little bit of
3:30 a.m. here,
miscommunication.
folks.
Yeah, it's very early for us. That's okay. No excuses. We're okay. We're still playing. We're fine here. But that was not the quick strike they were looking for. That one was just about equally as slow, unfortunately. So not able to kind of capitalize on the opening from Ninja. That's very, very unfortunate if you're Dizzy Esports. But BM Legacy, they can really look to seal this one away. If this next attack is quick, they can pretty much shut the door on this one.
Yeah, with that one bagged up and done, there's only 2 hits left for both of these teams. A 9-9 draw so far on the star count. But we're starting to see a bigger advantage creeping in VM Legacy's favor. With each attack getting done and dusted, there's going to be fewer and fewer opportunities for Dizzy Esports to try to turn things around. VM Legacy, knowing that these bases are solid, that they will hold, they just need to keep that time of their own in check. With only 2 attacks left for each team, there's a vanishingly small opportunity now to make a comeback happen on time. Bash, I'm not sure if you know the exact differential that we were working with there, but as you know, a 30-40 second difference gets bigger and bigger throughout the war. It becomes more and more difficult to try to make that comeback happen.
Yeah, I was waiting to get more of an official time. I believe that one was actually 7 seconds slower at 1:38. So I think we're looking at a 40-second advantage here for VM Legacy against Dizzy Esports here. Again, not official, but I'm pretty sure that's pretty close to accurate, as we're kind of just having to eyeball it here, and we're working on getting that information for you guys as we go here. So I would say 39 to 40 seconds is the difference between these two teams thus far. So a lot of time to be made up, and you're getting to that point where it's going to be impossible to make that up. But Sente is coming in with a nice rocket balloon. There's your giant arrow, Woody. Rocket balloon, a couple of lightnings here. He's kind of known for using this lightning combination with that giant arrow, taking out the monolith, taking out the poison tower. Now the queen will have the healers on there. Sente, known as one of the most creative attackers in Clash of Clans. This one should collapse in pretty quickly as the heroes will work from the outside. The battle blimp comes in, and then all those rocket loons will be used to take out all those exterior defenses.
He has got a really quick start already, as we're passing that 50% and grabbing 2 stars in just the first 30 seconds. Cynthia, a terrifyingly quick attacker, and with rocket loons now, nonetheless, has got another relatively off-meta way of trying to carve this base up. Certainly is one that we have seen a lot before, but with the prevalence of Root Riders, it really suggests that Synthé noticed a big gap in the defenses for this base.
Look how
so
fast.
vulnerable to an aerial domination dash.
Wow, this one's going to be just over a minute as we cross 63 seconds here for Synthé. Wow, that is super, super quick. 1:03 on the 3-star here, and Synthé was flying here. Yes, very off meta, so to speak, but if you're Synthé, this is something you use a ton. He's very well known for using that giant arrow in combination with lightning spells and taking down those key defenses. Look at this. Essentially rocket loon swag there at the end of the attack. Synthé was absolutely flying on that one with his rocket loons.
Certainly was. Gotta be happy with how that one finished off. It wasn't much of a risk, though. Rocket Loons, one of the big advantages for them is that you pretty much know exactly what they're going to be able to accomplish. They drop, they go super fast. Even if a trap pops up here and there, you're probably going to overstack a little bit to make sure that the defenses are dealt with. And so if he's got that perspicacity to get that beautiful, perfect read on a base early on, knows exactly what he has to take out to give those Rocket Loons an easy and clear finish. It seems like the sort of base that you see if you like get all the pieces to come together, you start breathing a sigh of relief early on, because it doesn't require a whole lot of adjustment on the fly. As long as you get a perfect placement with those loons to begin with and knock down all the key defenses, you know that that's going to be a 3-star. Synthé was just licking his lips as he built that army for the base and just had to execute perfectly. That's something that we can certainly expect from a player of his caliber, and that's what we saw, Bash.
Oh yeah, for sure. When you think Synthé, you know he's going to do some fun stuff, but you know it's going to be very effective, and he's not just doing it to show off. He does it because he knows it's going to work. He understands how the base is broken down, and you talked about like those rocket loons balloons, you stack them up. Not only do they deal massive damage when they come in and drop their bombs on those defenses, but they also have a crazy crash damage when they get taken down. So as those traps are going off, those balloons are just dealing massive damage to the buildings, not only to the defenses, but the buildings around the defenses as well. So a very nice play there. Not something we see a ton. It's usually Root Riders, Dragons, maybe Electro Dragons, but the Rocket Loon attack was super effective. Would I say 63 seconds there for Sente? That's our quickest attack yet, if I'm right.
Well, if there was any hope from Dizzy to be able to try to hold on to a time win, that is really going out the window with an attack like that. It is so super tough to make a comeback happen when the cards are all on the table like this and you start to see the time gap grow even bigger. Dizzy must know that they need to get a defense one way or another to stay in this race. That is just a very demoralizing position for them to be in now, knowing that they've got to fight back, not against anything that they can, muster on their own, but just needing a defense, Bash.
Yeah, I mean, and this is where we get to those points where we're going to start maybe seeing a mistake happen when you're starting to force things a little bit. Den does come in with a giant arrow really quickly here for Dizzy Esports, looking to weaken up some of those buildings in there. No lightning spells, but does get some damage on the multi-arch tower onto the Eagle Artillery, and does get a little bit of funneling and pathing for the Queen. I think it was meant more to kind of cut the Queen off and keep her on the outside, as we do see the Eternal Tome here, excuse me, for the Grand Warden, as he pushes all the Root Riders up the middle. We do have the one Overgrowth spell as well to slow down some of those defenses.
Yeah, not able to hear the action on this attack, but we know that it is still going to be a heavy-handed hit from Den, doing all he can to wrap around the core of this base, holding on to those two free spells as he wants to be able to use those at the very end once that Overgrowth has worn off. These walls are going to be tricky to get through, though, as we see quite a few still standing, and the Root Riders taking quite a beating early on. Hog Riders can hop on over, but as long as he keeps one Root Rider still on the path, that should be enough to get the core finished off. And even as I'm saying that, I'm noticing that the Hog Riders are still very beefy. Royal Champion able to get that final blow in for a 3-star strike, and a really quick one here, hitting that 1 minute and 15-second target that you were looking for, Bash.
Yeah, it was quick, but it still wasn't quick enough, unfortunately. 115 is good, but that's kind of average, unfortunately, in the meta. I mean, Sente just went with 1 minute 3 seconds, so unfortunately, that's even slower. I mean, we lose another, 12 seconds there on the difference. So Dizzy basically has to cross their fingers and hope VM Legacy makes a mistake and gets a 2-star essentially on their final attack. If you're VM Legacy, that's gonna be a rare thing. We have seen it happen. It's not impossible, but it is going to be a rare thing to get that 2-star on the final attack when you're looking to secure the victory.
It's very difficult to also have the confidence as VM Legacy of knowing that you can get a walk-away win with any 3-star showing. You do know that you can very, very likely have a commanding lead with a 3-star finish here now, but depending upon how quick your attack is, you still do leave the door open for Dizzy to do the same on their final strike. I want to say, though, with a 40 second lead, it sounds like they've got about
50,
right now.
I think it's about 50 now.
50.
Yeah, I think it's 51 or 52
way too much
seconds
to ask.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, so what is the game plan here for Dizzy? They're just hoping to get maybe like a 2 minute and 30-second defense and to try to come back with a 1 minute and 30-second strike of their own. That would be enough to make up the difference. But even as I'm saying it, I'm realizing how much of an ask that would be for the defenses of Dizzy to have to hold off against an attacker who's had so much time to prepare. This is the 5th attack. Not always the strongest, heaviest hits. In fact, you often see clans holding on to the last, most difficult base until the end to know whether they have to adapt their strategy to try to adjust to some unexpected realization during the war. But still, we wouldn't expect to see the attack take that long that Dizzy would get an opening out of these last 2 rounds of Battlecom, Bash.
Yeah, that is a factor. I mean, sometimes you do save that toughest base for last, maybe the base you don't have the best plan for, and we've seen that come into play in other wars and other tournaments before. But at the same time, we've had, 40 minutes, give or take a little bit here, to kind of think about it, get that plan straight, have everyone on voice going over that final seconds. And when you have nearly a 1 minute advantage. You can really kind of take your time and get the job done. And Dizzy, I think Dizzy's fastest attack is a minute 15. So Dizzy has just not gone so fast so far. It is going to be the team captain Fluxy coming in here with a dragon attack. We do have the one overgrowth. Dragon's known to be really, really quick in the meta. The queen is in here. So let's see what Fluxy can do as everything is in, surging towards the middle of the base.
It's all up to him with a dragon army going at top speed, soaring over the skies and denying defenses what they had hoped to accomplish. A quick attack still in the cards here. Stone Slammer smashing the bottom side of the space and crashing in now toward that monolith. Ice Golem going to be popping out and slowing down some of the attackers on the bottom side, but it does look like they have accomplished what they needed to down there, Bash. Those dragons up on the top getting some support from the Grand Warden and Electro Owl as well, shocking through these defenses. They are starting to get a little bit scary for me on the final edge of this attack, with a Rage Tower popping up as well and trying to boost up those defenses. But as it comes down to the end of it, a Rage spell of his own will give Fluxy exactly what he needs for a clear and confident finish. A 3-star strike with VM Legacy in a commanding lead.
It's going to be that walk-off attack that you were talking about, Woody. A minute 13 there will secure the war. There's no way that Dizzy Esports can go with a 20-second attack. I was kind of surprised we didn't see a giant arrow here on the queen, but instead opting for the frozen arrow to kind of slow everything down, as the queen did take on that king, but using that healer puppet so the queen could stay up throughout the attack, and did a great job collapsing onto the back end of that base. That final rage was the nail in the coffin for Dizzy Esports, as I mean, can you get a 20-second attack? What do you think we might see a 20-second attack? I think that's just a little bit too impossible.
No, I think maybe the world's record for the quickest attack at the current town hall, isn't it something like 47 seconds? Yeah, so yeah, I think it would be pretty much impossible to see anything top that in such a difficult run against a terrifying team like VM Legacy. So not quite yet done and dusted, but it does seem that it is all over before this next attack can even get underway. Dizzy Esports have just been spun around by a VM Legacy team that is still playing at the high level that we saw from them in the World Championship qualifier. Hold on to a golden ticket. It has done all for their confidence to keep them up and atop this Snapdragon Pro Series. It looks like they'll be advancing now to the semifinals, where they'll have another opportunity to try to smash on through and get a spot in the Snapdragon Pro Series seasonal championship, where all that prize money is up for grabs. $50,000, but every cent of it is going to be awarded to teams that make it to the end week, Bash.
Yeah, and very unfortunate here for Dizzy Esports, but if I'm seeing right here, their sister clan actually did win their offline match, so we will see a Dizzy clan a little bit later on today. So not all negative news here for Dizzy, but VM Legacy looking very dominating, looking exactly how you want to look coming into the first matchup of the day. Very quick, very fast, very precise. Their slowest attack, I mean, what, a minute 30 was Ninja's attack? A minute 31? That's not even that slow. I mean, that's, yeah, on the upper end of average, but this VM Legacy squad is going and clicking on all cylinders as they get these attacks ramping up, going quickly through the bases. That's exactly what you want during a tournament like this, especially this early in the morning. Well, I guess for us, I guess the EU and Asian crowd, it's a little bit later in the afternoon for them.
Yeah, I guess they might be able to have a little bit more, you know, awareness of what's going on. I feel like I'm still like a little bit dizzy myself trying to watch all the action going on. But let's hop into the last one. Nonetheless, it's going to be Jago with even more Root Riders paired up with their best friends, the Valkyries. It's ladies' night out here as Dizzy will try to walk off with a perfect war of their own. Even if they don't accomplish the victory against VM Legacy, they will still be able to secure some leaderboard points for having finished here in a strong commanding position.
That's a good thing to point out, Woody, is these teams will be playing for the points. We will have 4 of our spots in our grand final decided by the winners of these open finals, but all the teams that don't win will rack up those points. So it is very important here to make a showing and get some of those points. Keep an eye on this queen. She's under a lot of pressure here. Looks like she's managing it well, but these teams working for those points, they can still qualify for the last chance, or not the last chance qualifier, but our grand finals with the last chance qualifier ticket on the line without even winning one of these cups. So it's very important to show up and do a good job throughout, even if you don't win one of these cups. But we do have the Root Riders working in here. I think he wanted the Queen to keep working down towards that scatter shot. She did turn back, and now she's beating on a wall. Free spell goes on the Town Hall, and the King is on the top side of the base while we have these siege barracks over there on the left-hand side. So everything kind of collapsing into the middle of the base now. Still plenty of spell support, and there goes the Warden's Eternal Tome to protect everything.
Great heads-up play once again from Jaga, and just nothing that he can do at this point to be able to grab the win. It's a victory for VM Legacy at past the 1 minute mark. There's no way that the time differential can be closed. Jaga does get the 3-star though, knocking down that multi-archer tower on the top side of the base as the last finishing strike, and will be able to go out with his head held high. A perfect war to start things off, and there could be no better way to begin the Snapdragon Pro Series on camera matches than to get a perfect Bash.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we want to see, is these teams not making any major mistakes. I mean, really, the one mistake here was just that one attack where we kind of went slow. I guess there was two kind of slow attacks here, but looking at the average time, VM Legacy a minute 13, Dizzy Esports a minute 24. So VM Legacy will secure that victory and move forward into our tournament. We will see them play just a little bit later on today. I believe they will be playing in match 4 against the winner of our next match. So that's something to look forward here. Very nice showing from them. I feel like if you're VM Legacy, you're very happy with that performance.
Oh yeah, there's no way that you aren't going to be happy with getting a perfect war, and that win on tiebreaker time means that not only are you striking hard, but you are going to be striking fast, showing no mercy. VM Legacy are a semi-finalist now in the Snapdragon Pro Series on this first day of competition. What a way to get started here, and certainly it would be in their fashion to get an early qualification to the main event later on by being able to pick one up in this war here and now. They are, in this weekend of competition, I mean, Bash.
Yeah, but it's not going to be easy. We still have some top teams. Not only, I guess there's not really a region because we've gone global this season here, Woody. I'm so used to it being like NA or EU, but we've gone global. There's still some of the top teams in all of Clash Clans esports remaining. A big name like Tribe Gaming, which we will see in our next matchup, still perhaps waiting in the wings, but they're going to have a tough matchup of their own. So still a lot of matches to be played, a lot of action to be had. As we take a look at our updated bracket, VM Legacy does get the victory. VM Surgical actually gets a victory over Synchronic, and Dizzy X Ninos, which we saw in the last qualifier, does go ahead and move forward also. So we'll see VM Surgical versus Dizzy X Ninos in our third matchup of the day, but our next matchup will be HCM versus Tribe, and they will play VM Legacy just a little bit later as well.
And I gotta mention this, there's the possibility now also of a closeout win for the Vogue Mary organization. Teams on both sides of the bracket in the semifinals could advance all the way to the grand finals. So very exciting to see VM Surgical also take the win on the bottom against a world championship qualified team. Synchronic has a golden ticket. And so for VM Surgical to advance over them bodes very well for the org, and really suggests that they have got a great plan, not just for their A team, but for the team on the bottom as well, Bash.
Yeah, and if I saw it right, the other VM match with Synchronic, I think that was a 14-14 match. So we saw double perfects here, but very rarely do we see 14v14. So that's something we'll keep an eye on as our stats and stuff get updated throughout as these matches are all finishing up. So very, very interesting. And we did have the perfect here war here, double perfect, but other teams maybe making some mistakes, and you got to clean that up as you move forward. You might be able to get away with one, but you can't really get away with too many. But that's okay, guys. We have more Clash of Clans action. We're gonna have Tribe Gaming versus HCM, but we're gonna take a quick short break. We'll be back in a few. You guys are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and welcome back, Maxi. Maxi, we saw our first war of the day, VM Legacy, with a pretty commanding victory. What do you think about that so far?
Yeah, it was an amazing first match for today. We saw that the meta is all about getting those fast 3 stars in, and in the end it was in fact the time deciding this one. A perfect war from both sides, but VM Legacy just had the edge because they were just a little bit faster on average. In fact, they were able to start off with some really fast attacks, put pressure on their opponent, and they were never able to catch up. So that was a great one to see what it's all about today.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point, is if you can get out early, you can put up those quick attacks. I mean, the first 2 attacks there for VM Legacy were super quick, and then all it takes is your opponent making that one mistake, and not really even a mistake, just that one slower attack, you know, a 90-second attack can really kind of set the tone. So very interesting start to our day. We're going to get ready for our next matchup, HTM versus Tribe Gaming. This one we got a little bit of storyline going into. As HTM, we have 3 players from the last Snapdragon NA challenge on that team going up against Tribe Gaming, one of the most storied esports teams in all of Clash of Clans.
That's right. Tribe Gaming definitely very well known, and they are struggling this year to get to the World Championship. I mean, they're putting up some very nice stats, some very nice wars and results, but it hasn't been enough to qualify for the World Championship, which is something that they would expect to do. So it's even better for them that there is a silver ticket for the last chance qualifier here on the line, and I'm sure that they're going to try to do everything they can to get their hands on it.
Yeah, and time is running out. We don't have very many golden ticket or silver ticket events left, but taking a look at this Tribe Gaming roster, a lot of names that I'm sure all the audience is familiar with. Kronos, Stefan, Yo-Yo23, Rikiras, and Nebrix here for our roster. But we did see like the roster being a little bit different from the players. Normally we don't really see Stefan playing as much, so we'll have to see if he's actually on the playing when it comes down to who's actually in this game. A lot of times we'll see Exorcist in there, but that's something to keep an eye on when we do hop into our attacks.
That's right. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, in the first one, we didn't see Fluxy on the lineup for VM Legacy, but he ended up attacking as well. It's just that these teams, they have some very strong lineups also with their substitute players, just like Tribe Gaming here. So, yeah, it's always a question which lineup they are actually bringing to the table. And as you guys talked about before, it's a very uncommon time for a Clash Clans tournament. So maybe some guys are still asleep or on vacation or what not. But let's take a look at the second roster clash. Bashing, take it away for HTM.
We have Dreamwalker, Mohamed Morari, Rigo Torres, Ghost, and Nick. Rigo Torres, Ghost, and Nick, all from the NA championships. But one thing to note, these are 3 NA players, and here for me, I'm Eastern time zone, is 4 a.m. So we'll have to see if that time kind of factors in. I'm sure, you know, they've planned their sleep accordingly and they're ready for this. But do we have not necessarily jet lag, but do we have a situation where the time kind of factors in here? Not only time of attacks, but time of day.
I agree, and we have Dreamwalker in there, who might be better known to some of you as Spray or Sincere Prayer, and he has been on the lineup for Vatang as well in the past, and he's an Asian-based player, so I don't know what the time is there, but it should be around the afternoon, which is probably the best time to play a match. And here where I am in Europe, it's pretty early in the morning for a weekend, but we're already diving in with the Action Bash. It's Rikiras coming in with the Electro Dragons.
Yeah, he drags in. He does have the spiky ball on the king, does have that giant arrow on the queen as well. Watch that giant arrows that should cut across the middle of this base as the queen will turn in. Look at all these E-Drags, tons of chain value. Here goes that Warden's Eternal Tome, and he does have the Stone Slammer coming in from the top side. Rikiras getting us started early on, and the queen did shoot through the outside of the base. I did not see where the giant arrow went. Maybe you did, Maxi, but the dragons will look to take the town hall now.
Yeah, it went through the core of the base and it took out the top sweeper that otherwise would have swept these Electro Dragons away just a little bit. And there goes the spiky ball. Oh no, it wasn't this. Was it the spiky ball?
Yeah,
or was it the... Yeah, the spiky ball going through the base, doing some damage onto these buildings. There are still a couple of centralized buildings, but the Royal Champion, with her ability and the help of the Hawks, and now even supported by the Queen's healers, gets it done. And we're looking at a attack just a little bit over 1 minute. Rikiris getting it done. What an amazing start. 1 minute and 7 seconds, just 4 seconds slower than Cynthia, who had done the fastest attack so far for today.
And that's how you want to start this war off. Electro Dragons, known for being quick, especially with all those chains. This base had a lot of chain value. Those Electro Dragons were able to get in there in the middle of the base and just tear it apart, along with those heroes on the outside. This is exactly what Tribe Gaming is looking for. Remember, single elimination here, so not really any room for mistakes, because one loss and you're out. So 1 minute and 7 seconds is exactly how you want to start this war off for Tribe Gaming.
That's exactly right, and such an attack is so much more than just a single fast attack for the player, because imagine, all those players are very nervous. You said it, single elimination, one mistake and you're most likely out. So this not only gives his own team a lot of confidence for the next attack that they have to go into, it also puts a lot of pressure on the opponent's team, because they know even a 80-second attack, which is a good average fast attack, will already make them 13 seconds disadvantageous compared to their opponent. So an amazing start, and you definitely want to be in this position, especially with the little bit of planning time you only have going into this first attack.
And one thing to note here is, even though this is single elimination, over the next 4 weeks, well, this week included, we do have 4 total cups here, and these teams can re-enter, play again, add up those points. So if you do get knocked out maybe early here, early when you're in this far into the tournament, you still can come back at it next week or the week after or the week after, and then maybe even still make it into our grand finals. So it's going to be all about consistency as we work through our tournament here. Kind of a new format as we've kind of changed not only the format, but we've gone global here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. We talk about the era of everyone, but now it's literally the era of everyone, as every region in Clash of Clans can enter and play for a chance at that silver ticket for the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen the likes of Navi, for example, or MMG in this tournament as well, and they are not in here anymore because they were taken out at some point in the single elimination bracket. But yeah, the point system is something very interesting. That you said it, we don't have that very often, and I think we talked about it briefly at the beginning of the start, but maybe we can remind the viewers at home. So when you win today, when you win one of the Open Cups, you're going to be directly in the season finals. But if you don't win, then there are still 4 spots available, but for that you have to gain the most points out of the 4 Open Cups.
Yeah, so a lot on the line. It's not just about winning, because there can only be one winner of each cup, but also, guys, make sure you subscribe, follow if you're watching on Twitch, subscribe if you're watching on YouTube, and come back next week, and then keep following throughout the tournament as we will play to our grand finals in August. We do have Nick coming in next. We do have Giant Arrow on the Queen, as it is a dragon attack. A lot of times you're going to look to target one of those arrow sweepers. All the dragons going in here. I don't see the Queen in yet. Here she goes. Queen is in. There goes that Giant Arrow right through, taking out the sweeper. Now it's going to be on the dragons to push through the middle of the base as the heroes are working in to deal with this enemy Queen.
Yeah, it's looking very strong so far. Notice that Nick did not bring an overgrowth spell, so that will not slow down the attack. He rather decided to come in with a jump spell so that the heroes, the queen with the king with the help of the queen, will take out the town hall, and the dragons have to take care of the center of the base. And look at this, a beautiful clone spell in the center to take care of the monolith, but it didn't have too much value there, Bash, because he found a red mine farm.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was only the monolith that those extra balloons that were cloned up got, but it might be just enough. Now nothing is going to have to go back to the monolith area, which could be very useful. Royal Champion does go to her ability here, using that haste spell, using those hog riders to surge through, but we are just over a minute ticked away here. Nick's attack will be slower than Rakira's, but we got to keep it close. We want to keep this at 1:20 if possible, but there's still a lot of base remaining. Oh, this is definitely going to be a lot slower than Tribe.
Yeah, especially that Royal Champion going down, it always puts so many more seconds on the clock because her attacking speed is so fast. And we see the cleanup being done by the super minions out of the siege barracks here. And I didn't really see, but it was around 1 minute and 30 seconds for Nick. So quite a big advantage for Tribe Gaming already.
Yeah, I believe it was right there at that 90-second mark, 1:30. So we're looking at 23-second advantage on the first attack here for Tribe Gaming, which that is massive. We talked about it kind of in between the wars there at the end of the last war. If you're able to start a war off with a big time advantage of that, that forces your opponent to kind of think quicker, maybe force in a mistake. Now, with HTM going to be playing from behind, we could see that 2-star mistake. We could see them trying to make up some time and may really just do something unexpected and cost them the war.
Yeah, and I mean, to run a fast attack always means that you are taking more risk going into this attack. For example, you're deploying everything even quicker, but then you cannot be as precise as you would be if you would take your time. Or, for example, you don't have time to create a funnel first with, waiting for the queen to take out a couple of buildings. You rather have to deploy everything at the same time and then just hope that the troops kind of funnel themselves while they are working parallelly through the base and stuff like that. So it always makes this attack more prone to actually becoming a fail and thus deciding the war in favor of your opponent. So yeah, that we cannot underestimate this, but also we are very early into this war bash. Just one attack, it can be Tribe's next attack that is already a slow one, so we have to wait and see. But if Tribe continue like they started, then it's going to be really tough for HTM to come back.
And all it takes is one building to make up that time. I mean, we kind of saw that in the last war where the troops had to circle back and get that building. But a lot of times we see that queen with the giant arrow being used to help out with the funneling like you were talking about. But you're right, there's so much going on in these attacks. On that attack alone, we saw queen and king over here on the right-hand side of the base. We saw the dragons down there about 4 or 5 o'clock. And then over at 9 o'clock on the left-hand side of the base, we saw the siege barracks. So all these attacks have multi-layers. I know they're not multi-phase attacks where we're used to like an epic queen charge and then an epic Lalo, but we still have multitasking going on because you have to multitask and get that speed up. So yeah, it is a bit more spammy and a little bit different, but there's still a lot going on as we do see Stefan coming in here with a Root Rider attack. So Tribe Gaming going to look to keep this advantage as we take a look at Stefan working through here with the Root Riders, taking out that king early.
Yeah, and I guess we already know then that Exquisite will not be playing. It's rather Stefan, the builder for Tribe Gaming, but we know that he is also a lightning fast attacker, and he is trying to show that to us right now, dropping the overgrowth spell just over 3 defenses here, the Town Hall, the Multi, and the Monolith. But we know that the Town Hall and the Monolith are the 2 scariest defenses. But he has to get through the core of the base with these Root Riders quickly. However, they split a little bit into the section of the base that the heroes were taking care of, but everything will collapse onto this back-end scatter shot in just a few seconds.
Still plenty of spell support here. We got a Rage, a couple of freeze spells. He's gonna have to use that freeze probably on the Town Hall and the Monolith. It's kind of dealing out a lot of damage. It still has plenty of troops and plenty of support here, but look at that time, already 1:10 as we're still ticking away here. So this one could be a little bit slower for HCM. This is what they need. Second freeze spell goes in on the Monolith. 1:20 has elapsed, so this one's gonna creep up about 1:25 or so. 1:24 I think will be the official time. Well, I guess my official time. It's not technically official, but Stefan, I would say that's a pretty average attack. It's not slow, it's not overly fast, but that's where you want to be on these attacks.
Yeah, I think the timer just went to 1:35 there for a second at the end, so maybe it's 85. But we have to wait and see what HTM do, if they can capitalize on this rather average. I mean, I would never call it slow, like for me, for example, it's hard to pull off an attack that is that fast, but among these pro players that practice every single day to make their attacks even faster, it's rather an average time. But we also know that there is a lot of pressure in these types of tournaments, especially with the single elimination system that we're running today, so that might also play a role, that not everyone always gets the outcome of the fastest attack he has ever done.
Yeah, and I'm glad I'm just here commentating about it because like my fastest attack is like 2 minutes, maybe a minute 50 if I'm lucky. So these guys going 80 seconds and we're like, oh, that's just average. It's just kind of absurd to talk about, but that's just kind of the way that the pro meta is right now. Now, one thing we didn't really talk about at the show open or yet so far is hard mode. We are not playing in hard mode as that's kind of a new feature. It's kind of still being fine-tuned. I feel like we'll see that a little bit later in the Clash Clans esports season, but right now it's really new. It's not something we really have tested a ton, so not too many tournaments, major tournaments like this with tickets on the line using the hard mode so far.
Yeah, and I think it's also a good decision because it offers an equal playing field for all the teams that have tried to qualify for the World Championship throughout this year. And then if at the end, at the very final of the World Championship, they decide to use the hard mode, then it will be a level playing field once again for all these teams, and they will have, I guess, a couple of months or at least weeks to prepare for that and fight their fights with the new hard mode to fully familiarize themselves with it. But yeah, talking about fast attacks, I mean, I don't like to brag, but I recently attacked under a minute. I mean, it was a Town Hall 13 that I attacked in Legend League as a Town Hall 16, but still, it was very fast. But I guess that's what's necessary for us to pull off a fast attack.
Well, you also had one of the fastest times in the King Holland challenge, right? I mean, that's very impressive. Yeah. Dreamwalker in next for HTM, and it's going to be dragons, a couple electro dragons in here. We do have Spiky Ball with Vamp Stash. There goes that giant arrow for the Arch Queen. Does snipe out that one sweeper, but also gets a lot of damage in the core. Dragons are in early along with that Warden's Eternal Tome with the Healing Tome. And look at these E-Dragons on the right side, raged up, and they'll create a funnel for these dragons to push right into the Town Hall. As the Town Hall goes down with the Battle Blimp soaring in there.
Yeah, and that is always crucial in these types of attacks. We saw some fails, especially from Tribe Gaming recently in the June qualifier for the World Championship, where the blimp in a dragon type attack was actually not able to take out the Town Hall because it was trapped with the Tornado Trap and some air traps. But this went smoothly here for Dreamwalker, and as I said before, this is Spray. And he has always been known, even before the current speed meta, to use those dragon attacks. And wow, Bash, we see that he is still very much familiar with this troop. And there goes the fast attack that HTM needed. It's under a minute! 57 seconds, what?
Wow, that is going to make up some time. If I'm right here, that's going to actually give HTM the advantage. With Stefan going a minute 24-25, I think it was a minute 25 you said there, and that being 57 seconds, that's going to shift it over to a 5-second advantage for HTM Esports. That's exactly what they needed. 57 seconds. He was flying through there.
Yeah, I made the same calculations, and I think you're absolutely right. That's crazy. But we said it. We were just one attack in, and if then one team has a lightning fast attack like this one, it can all shift within seconds. But 57 seconds is really impressive, because we know that Tribe Gaming, they have some of the best base builders in the world on their squad, and they are also adjusting the bases to make attacks slower these days, rather than trying to defend a 3-star. And yeah, Dreamwalker just didn't care about that and was able to take this base down in no time. Very impressive in this environment.
And that's where we talk about like the multitasking. So much had to go right, so much had to be going on at the same time there, and did a perfect job of it. I mean, the spiky ball in there with the king, the giant arrow from the queen, just everything closing in together in 57 seconds. I mean, we've seen that before. It's not like we've not seen that, but that's just such a fast speed. And when you're down, that's exactly what your team needs. I'm kind of shocked that they're now with a 5-second advantage. That is crazy. So we pretty much have a whole new ball game on our hands as both teams are really close. 5 seconds is not much. We'll see a 5-second difference probably between these next two attacks. So the advantage could shift back to Tribe, or HTM could push it even further.
Yeah, I guess with these two teams, anything is possible. But I'm still always impressed by these sub 1 minute attacks. You know, you just started watching, or like us, commentating the attack, and it's almost already over. And I think you kind of depend on the perfect splits through the base and whatnot. But then when you realize that there's still more than 2 minutes on the clock, it's always amazes me. And I actually think that the sub 1 minute attacks are still very rare. I may have seen like 10 or 15 of those attacks on streams throughout the year. There might have been some more, but it's still a very rare occasion. So we're happy that we were able to witness one.
Yeah, they're very rare. They're very fun. I mean, it was almost like one of those blink and you'll miss a type of moments as that attack just got in, got everything in, got moving, and it was quick. It was quick. That's exactly what they needed here. But we'll get ready for Tribe's response with this next attack here, as it's going to be Chronos coming in. We do have Root Riders, pretty standard Root Rider setup here. Usually the only variation you see on this attack is the number of Super Barbarians. 10 Super Barbarians on this one, and they're usually used just to help with a little bit of funneling, but usually on the back end of this attack to collapse everything back towards the Town Hall. But it looks like, I was going to say a lot of times the Town Hall is overgrowth, but it looks like the King and Queen are going to be in charge of that Town Hall, as there's a jump spell access here for the King and Queen to go in and get it.
That's right, and this time the King actually takes the jump spell, unless, unlike the attack, I don't know who it was, but in the previous war that you guys were casting, where the King walked all the way outside of the base, did he overgrowth the Town Hall? I think yes, so I don't know if that was on purpose. It kind of looks like it, but we have to wait and see if something comes back then for the Town Hall once the overgrowth runs out.
Well, the nice thing here is that the heroes will be kind of stuck in there, and as the overgrowth goes away, like it just did there, be able to freeze, use the Queen ability, and this can actually lead to a faster times. Everything will collapse in here. The heroes already in there taking it down. Just over a minute here for Chronos, as this one does go really quick, 1:05 seconds. So the overgrowth was planned there. And the Queen, with the ability of the freeze spell in there, King was in there, was able to take out that whole core compartment. So he didn't really have to worry about those troops circling all the way back to the Town Hall, as the heroes were able to kind of deal with it. I don't mind that plan at all. I think that worked out really nicely for Tribe Gaming. 1:05 seconds on that attack.
Yeah, and I think that you're absolutely right there with your thought that he probably wanted it because he knew that the King and or the Queen would stay in this compartment to then be able to finish off the downer, and that's exactly how it worked. So great job here. 65 seconds, that's the third fastest attack we've seen today. And yeah, Tribe, even though the reaction from HTM was very impressive, but Tribe keeping up the pressure on their opponent.
Yeah, this is very interesting. If you guys saw my notes over here, I'm taking sticky notes over here. I got sticky notes posted here, there. I'm writing down all the little times. You guys would probably laugh at how I take notes for these matchups, but it's what we got to do here so we can have an idea of how it's going to come in. Now, the times we say are always unofficial. We will go to the end of the game war screen and kind of get that officialized there as we work through the matchup, but if you're HCM, you don't have much wiggle room. It's going to have to be a 70-second attack just to keep this war even, which very doable, don't get me wrong, but it does add just a little scotch of pressure there for them on their third attack.
Yeah, but I gotta be honest with you, I do the same thing. I have my notes right here, and I have the same result as you. So I trust in the accuracy of our calculations. But you're right, we have to wait for the official confirmation in the end. But then we will see, and the viewers will see if we were correct. But I'm pretty sure we will, because with in between we always recheck it with some API pulled stats, so I think we should be pretty much on target here. And yeah, as you said, the target for HTM now is to get around 1 minute and 10 seconds to keep up with Tribe and keep it more or less equal.
Well, Maxi, I know we haven't casted together before, but there's been a snafu in the past where my math has been wrong and we have bash math. So, you know, take what I say with a grain of salt. But if we have you're way, well, I guess you're on this side, huh? You're way smarter than I am. I'm going to take your word as way more official than mine. But since we have the same number there, I think we're good here. But this war's shaping up really nicely. I'm really interested to see what HCM can do. I feel like they're going to be fine as far as keeping pace and keeping up with Tribe Gaming, But I think this is going to be one of those wars that's going to come down to these final attacks for both teams, as this one's really, really close so far. Obviously, we still have a lot of war to be played, 5 attacks total to be played. It's going to be Ghosted coming in next, really known for his base building, but a really good attacker as well, as the Giant Arrow does come in and get the invisibility vial to go off early so that the troops will be able to target that town hall. Root Riders from the top of the base, and he's going to go ahead and push everything in here. Keep an eye on where the king and the siege barracks come in as well.
Yeah, so far everything done very nicely here by Ghost, and he kind of dissected that base into different areas. We see the top side there being taken care of by the Root Riders, the king funneling all that. Then we have the queen a little bit more to the left, who is now making her way into that town hall, and the siege barracks towards the right side. All of that just to make sure that all of these troops can work on different sections of this base and thus make the attack faster. The free spell there just in time to make sure that invisibility tower does not make the town hall invisible. We're around 1 minute and he still has a lot of troops. Let's see if he uses the rage spell. There it goes, and can take out these final buildings in no time. And wow, this is looking really fast. Just what they needed, I think.
Oh, 2 seconds slower. 1 minute 12 seconds is what I got on that. So the invisibility spell tower did actually go off one more time and maybe cost him the 2 seconds he needed, as the troops had to go back to it there. But the advantage does shift back over to Tribe Gaming with a 2-second advantage to Tribe. Only 7-second difference between those attacks there. But this one, man, I'm really looking to see how this war finishes, as it's already so close. These teams are keeping up with each other. But man, what a brilliant play. You pointed that out, the freeze spell on the town hall and invisibility vial, so that the invisibility didn't go off and push that queen away. So really nice there. And look at this, guys. 1 minute 12 to 1 minute 13 average time. And really, it's a 2-second difference here. It's very close.
Yeah, that's right. And that's something we have to keep in mind, that I don't know exactly how the average attack duration calculation work in the game, but even if a team might have a slight advantage, like of 1 or 2 seconds in the end, it might still be the same average time in the game, because it's rounded to full seconds. So that's definitely something, especially in this match where it's so close between the two teams, that we have to keep an eye on if the in-game average time actually displays the small advantage that one team might still have.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're talking, the difference is 2 seconds, which is, I mean, we're talking like 2/3, and that's probably why it rounds up there. But if it does come down to that close, maybe we have to pull API stats and stuff. It could get really interesting at the end of the war. I doubt we see it, but I mean, there has been cases where we've had a time tie as well. We've had the stars, we've had the percent, and we've had a time tie. So still 4 attacks to be had, so anything could happen. But this one is the closest war we've had thus far, but in a long time here in Clash of Clans Esports.
Yeah, but that's actually a good point. Talking about the average time, or the tiebreakers. So of course we know that the stars are the first tiebreaker. Then comes the average destruction, and then the average time. So the destruction and stars are both equal if both teams pull off a perfect war, right? So it will come down to average time. And in the rare occasion that we have the same average time, there is also actually an additional tiebreaker for the Snapdragon Pro series, and that is the fastest single attack. So looking at the stats as of right now, that would be in favor of HTM, as Dreamwalker pulled off the 57 seconds attack earlier. But we're into the next one bash. It's Nibrex coming in for Tribe Gaming.
Dragons coming in here. We do have Spiky Ball, Giant Arrow on the Queen. A lot of times when you see the dragon attacks, those are the equipment choices. The Spiky Ball is just really good at kind of getting out in front of the king. Here comes that Giant Arrow right through the middle of the base. Really nice value, getting out the sweeper, but also weakening up some of those defenses in the core. And then keep an eye on this king as he works in. Here goes the Warden's Eternal Tome, protecting all those dragons from seeking air mines, pushing them right on through. We do have some headhunters coming out of the clan castle, but they're going to be dealt with the dragons before they can deal any significant damage to the Grand Warden.
Yeah, and he's getting into the core nicely, but this Town Hall is quite far on the backside. The Warden ability has already run off. He has not even deployed the Stone Slammer yet. I wonder. Oh, he puts it down at like at 2 minutes 16, so it doesn't look like the fastest attack so far to me.
Yeah, I would agree with that. King kind of came in late as well from the bottom side. Stone Slammer kind of came in late just to help clean up a little bit. Here comes 1 minute elapsed from Nebrax, as this one is pretty decent, but it could have maybe been faster. I don't know if he was just waiting to see kind of where that Stone Slammer was needed. There goes the Royal Champion with her Haste Valve working through here, and it is going to collapse really quickly, maybe a minute 15 here as he works through these final buildings. Oh, the Dragon's down there at the bottom. A minute 17. Which leaves the door open a little bit for HTM. Remember, Tribe Gaming is up by 2 seconds coming into this attack, so anything faster than a minute 15 will give HTM the advantage.
Yes, that's right. And I wonder what the reasoning was for delaying the Stone Slammer. In fact, it seems to me like he just forgot to deploy it, because there was not really an explanation why he wouldn't use it. There was not that much damage in this area, and in fact the Stone Slammer didn't even open, so the troops did not come out, the troops did not do any damage, and he might have even been better off with using just a siege barrack in this area, so that the Packers, with the help of the Wizards, would have already cleaned up a little bit. So this might have cost him a couple of seconds here, but still a very fast attack, yeah, right on average within this match, 1 minute 17. So yeah, still a good one, I would say, by Nebrax. But you know, these small details, it might really come down to those in the end of this war.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think a Siege Barracks would have been the better play there, as there was a lot of cleanup over there also. We did see the Tesla farm that the Stone Slammer dealt with really nicely, and the Super Barbarians came in and helped out with. But whatever was in that Stone Slammer, we didn't see it, obviously. Could have came out, helped out there at the end. So I agree. I think a Siege Barracks could have been the better play. But that's the one thing when you have all of these different things going on in the attack. You have the Queen up here, you have the Dragons here. The King even came in really late on that attack, as he was in at like a minute or 50 seconds, excuse me, into the attack. So you kind of just got to figure it all out on the fly, and it can be tough. It's easy for us to sit here and commentate on it, obviously, yeah, but it can be tough to make those decisions because you have to stick with those decisions. And if one thing goes sideways, you're talking the difference of 10 to 20 seconds.
And if you don't use a blimp or something safe for the Town Hall, then you might also just decide to care about stuff like the King, like the Stone Slammer later on, when you know I have secured this Town Hall. You know, there won't be a Town Hall still standing in the middle of the base that you know, might cause a 1-star even, and that's like the main risk that these players have to take into account. So maybe sometimes it's just a way to be more safe about an attack being a 3-star, be it at the cost of a couple of seconds, but it's definitely better than ending up with a non-3-star attack.
Yeah, I definitely could see it. But we're going to have Mohammed coming in next. We do have Root Riders. There is one Electro Dragon in here as we take a look at the hero equipment here. Pretty standard loadout for the Root Riders. It's pretty interesting, the equipment differences between the two attacks, but it is pretty standard for the two attacks. A lot of times you see the Giant Arrow and Spiky Ball with those dragon attacks to kind of cut off and path those dragons. And then a lot of times with the Root Rider attacks, you don't see a Giant Arrow or a Spiky Ball being used very often. So it's very interesting. But we do have the King jumping into the middle of the base, and he'll be able to surge in there and deal some damage, but he is under a lot of fire early on as the Root Riders look to join him.
Yeah, he's got the Phoenix on him, so he will do a little bit more once he's resurrected. But yeah, I like this Electro Dragon at the bottom side, already dealing a lot of damage, taking out some buildings, now taking on this King. He's sprinkling in a couple of Super Barbarians here to take care of the outside buildings. Royal Champion using her ability, and now it's just about the takedown of the remaining buildings that were overgrown before. And yeah, this seems to be a little bit quicker than Nebrax if he can get into this ground expo there in time, but everything's kind of in the poison spell. Poison there, getting slowed down, and wow, Bash, this is close, really close, and I think it was maybe 1 second faster than Nebrax.
Yeah, that's what I had it at as well. So, man, the advantage is not what 1 second difference between these two teams right now. Is that what you got, Maxi?
Yeah, if that was 76 seconds, which I think it was, then we have exactly a 1 second difference. Actually, I just saw it, it's actually a 77, so we're still at 2 seconds difference. But there we see it. So it's very...
Tribe Gaming with a slight advantage there with the rounding and stuff. It's hard to say because of the rounding, but I think you're right there with the 2 seconds. I'll try to get information as we kind of work on it and work through here, but we still have one more attack for each of these squads. We're all squared away here at 12 stars each, obviously 100% destruction, and the time is within 2 seconds. It's 1 to 2 seconds. We're pretty sure it's 2 seconds advantage for Tribe Gaming, which is not much. This is insane.
Yeah, but we see that even though 4 attacks have already been in by both teams and Tribe is just 2 seconds faster, it still results in a 1 second average advantage there on the leaderboard in the game. And I made some checks in between, and what I realized is that there's no rounding going on. It's actually that the average time is just cut off after the full second. So even if you have a 1 minute 14.9 second average, it will result in a 1 minute 14 average time in the game. So that's what we have to keep an eye on, because the exact average time at the moment is 1 minute 14 for HTM and 1 minute 13.5 for Tribe Gaming, but it still results in the 1 second differential. But we'll make sure to do the right calculations before the final attack. But yeah, Tribe Gaming is going to set the tone with their next one for HTM, and we have to wait and see how much pressure they can actually put on them.
And with those last 2 attacks being equal on time, there's very, very crazy coming into the 5th and final attack. So Tribe Gaming does have a slight advantage, but it is not one that you can really lean on. You're going to have to put your best performance forward here on the 5th attack on both of these teams, and just, I mean, I don't want to say like hope your opponent messes up, but you kind of need your opponent to have one mistake and maybe cost them 5 to 10 seconds. And we're talking a minor mistake. It doesn't even have to be a major mistake here. Just one building could really cost one of these teams this war.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, the small details, but also these last attacks, they're the ones that the players have had the most time to figure out exactly where and when they want to put stuff down. And we know that Yo-Yo is such a well-executing player. He's got the giant arrow on the Queen and the haste vial and the Hawk Puppet on the Royal Champion, starting off with the arrow and the Hawk Riders already coming in. See that he already brought a Druid, one of the new troops that will be a healing supporting troop at the start, and in the end a bear will come from it and be a nice tank for the rest of the troops. And so far with the Warden ability being used, I think it's looking very good for Yo-Yo.
We don't see the giant arrow a ton on these Root Rider attacks, but this is the one exception where you can go ahead and activate that invisibility tower before all the troops get there. Could have maybe used the overgrowth on that invisibility tower so it doesn't come back up, but elects not to as he goes ahead and gets the Town Hall, the multi, and the multi-target and Archer Tower as well. Now all of these Root Riders need to work their way around. I don't know, I'm a little bit concerned about this one. There's still a lot of base. This one's coming up on 55 seconds right now, does use the freeze spell, but when that invisibility tower goes off, it's gonna kind of cause things to go around and maybe even further away. Overgrowth does go away right now though, and we're just over a minute.
Yeah, it is kind of a little bit of a problem because the Royal Champion was targeted by the Monolith, but Yo-Yo uses the freeze spell just in time, and as everything is collapsing to that central last spell tower, it actually looking like a good time, 1 minute and 16, so 76 seconds if I'm not mistaken there, but definitely leaves the door open for HTM and a fast attack from them.
Yeah, HTM, if they can get a minute 13, they should win this war. Again, all of our numbers unofficial. We will get those final numbers, but the door is open, and we've seen HTM go fast. We saw a 57-second attack from them. Yo-Yo did a really good job there. 1 minute 16. I mean, that's not a slow attack. That's above average. That's right where you want to be. Maybe could have improved that a little bit. That invisibility tower did cause troops to go around a little bit, but I felt like everything was good there. Everything was pretty fundamentally sound, but he did have to circle back just a little bit. But now HTM, they know what they have to do. A minute 13 or faster, and you can win this war. This was crazy. Remember, single elimination, so we're talking about a few seconds costing one of these teams some prize money here.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. The 1 minute and 13 in this case, because Tribe is at an exact 1 minute and 14 average. If the last attack would have been 1 second faster, they would have been at a 1 minute and 13 average. But this leaves the door open for HTM to do just that. And as you said, 1 minute and 13, that is the threshold for them to be able to gain an advantage compared to Tribe. And then I would say 5 seconds slower than that, 1 minute and 18, would still result in a tie, even though they would have like a 4 second disadvantage towards Tribe. So yeah, 1 minute 18 and 1 minute 19 would be a victory for Tribe.
Very, very interesting. Very interesting. It'll all come down to the final attack. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen. I'm excited for it. I'm ready for it. I want to see what HCM can do here. Who haven't we seen yet? Is it going to be? It's going to be Rigo Torres, I think, right? We haven't seen Rigo in yet. Could be the final attacker here in that 5 spot.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Rigo Torres, he is such a well-experienced player. I've met him a couple of times in World Championships. We've actually already also battled in one World Championship when he was still playing with Team Queso. And he's been around the competitive scene since the beginning in 2019, or like the World Championship scene. And there he goes. Yeah, and he's actually coming in very interestingly with a mass Valkyrie attack, Bash. That's surprising.
Yeah, not something we see very much. We do see Valkyries being used with the roots. Ooh, maybe a little bit of a misstep there for the Queen, but it could have been planned to go ahead and just have the left side cut off there with the giant arrow. But mass Valkyries, we usually see, 8 to 10 Valkyries sprinkled in here with some Root Riders, but never a full-on Valkyrie attack. This one's going to be interesting for Rigo Torres as he looks to go quickly for HCM Esports.
Yeah, but I guess they must have practiced this. He has to react. The Queen is under fire from the Monolith. He has to freeze it. And so far he has not seen it. The Queen going down would be a big problem. And she actually goes down. And so far nothing has went to the core either.
Yeah, the Valkyries are in there. They're ranged up under Warden ability, but losing that Queen is going to be massive. That whole top side is going to be needed to be dealt with. He's out of spells now. Does have a couple of Valkyries. We're coming up on 50 seconds. Remember, Rigo needs to be at a minute 13 for them to secure this victory, and we are right on that 1 minute mark right now. RC does come in here. She's working. She's cooking. Oh, it's going to be close, Maxi. I think he's got it, though.
Oh yes, I think yes, he has got it.
Rigo Torres, a minute 7 seconds, secures the victory for HTM Esports. An unconventional Valkyrie attack gets the job done. I was so concerned when that Queen went down that the time was going to be a bigger issue, but the Valkyries are able to surge right on through this base.
That was an amazing attack there. Double jump spell to make sure that these Valkyries go out of the Town Hall poison as soon as possible. And there we have the official confirmation. A minute and 12 to a minute and 14 in favor of HTM Esports.
Wow. That's all I can say here. I am speechless. I was worried, man. You pointed out that Queen. She went down. The Valkyries looked like they were in a little bit of trouble in the core. But man, this has been kind of the story for Tribe Gaming this season. Just little things. I mean, it's not like they played bad there. They had a minute 14 average. They played really well, but it's just a few seconds faster for HTM, and Tribe is eliminated. What a crazy war. GG's to both of these squads. A very fun matchup.
Yeah, and you can see what a little bit of diversifying can do to a team. We've got some of the best NA players. They're joined by Spray, an Asian-based player, and all of this together makes for such an amazing team here. And the 57-second attack from Spray or from Dreamwalker definitely, made a difference here. We had a quick look at our updated bracket, and we have the full semi-finals ready now, and that's going to be the next step for us today.
Yeah, we will see all of the remaining matchups here today. We'll have our 2 semifinal matches and then our final a little bit later on today. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. Oh man, I'm still shocked. I'm still stunned, but that's what we want to see here. Yes, it is a fast and spammy meta, whatever you want to call it, but it still can be very exciting. That, I don't know, for me, that was just an amazing war to watch.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and there are more amazing wars to watch on the line. We're going to be back after a short break, so make sure to get some refreshments, and we'll see you guys in 3 minutes.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, everyone. It was just a short break, and we welcome back Woody. How did you enjoy that last match?
My jaw was on the desk, Maxi. There was no closer war that we have seen for a very long time, coming down to a 2-second average attack time differential there.
Yeah, it was crazy. At the very last attack decided it. The mass Valkyrie strategy from Rigo Torres, and I don't think that us casters are surprised very often by the attack strategies because, you know, the strategies are pretty much on the table these days. But that was very surprising and very strong, and we have to wait and see. Maybe we'll see some more mass Valkyries attack throughout the day.
Yeah, you know what? I got my fingers crossed for a little bit of wild action here and there. We also get to see our druid on the field of battle, you know, charging in with the heals and the tanking. Not often do we get to see high level play get to, you know, have such finely tuned army compositions. And especially because, you know, druid had been banned in the last month of the Clash of Clans World Championship competition just because it's a new troop. It was fun to see it getting used by the pros here on the main stage, proving that it's viable and that it's got some fans out there in the pro scene.
Yeah, definitely. These players have had some times to get used to it now, to adjust their armies, and it seems like they really like to use it as a support troop for the mass route riders, maybe making them a little bit faster even than they already are, and we saw that resulted in very, very fast attacks. And this is going to be our next match. We're in the semi-finals now. We've got the top 4 teams of this competition still in, and we're going to be seeing DZX Cenizos taking on VM Surgical next.
A fantastic matchup from two organizations that have multiple representation in the Snapdragon Pro Series quarterfinals. You saw VM Legacy take the win over Dizzy Esports in the first match on screen today. So will this be the same story for two different teams on the bottom side of the bracket, VM Surgical and Dizzy X Zenizos? Or is Dizzy going to be able to defend the honor of their fallen comrades, the Dizzy Esports team having been defeated on the top side? Let's take a look at the rosters now. We've got, for Dizzy X Zenizos, Nelson, Zhao Tian, Saga, 226, and Momen.
That's a great roster there, some very well-known names, and no surprise there because DZX Cenizos so far have put up only perfect wars today and yesterday combined. But they have a tough opponent there as well with VM Surgical. So let's take a look at their roster. We have Sammy, Christoph, Isma, Simon, and Alex. And you know, even though they have had a 14-star war in the last one in the quarterfinals, they were able to take down none other than Synchronic, the current runner-up of the last year's World Championship, the first golden ticket winner of this year, and also the winner of the World's warm-up tournament this year. So definitely one of the best teams out there, and having taken them down sure gives them a big shift in confidence and momentum, I would guess.
Absolutely. And for their own record, on the other side, Dizzy X Zenizos was picking up 14-star defenses, so holding off this 3-star onslaught that we've seen so far. Perfect v perfect war twice in a row. They got 14-star defenses against Vista Ridge Peak in the quarterfinals, and also against Team Queso in the octafinals right before then. They even kept Psycho Esports down to a 13-star scoreline. So Dizzy X Zenizos showing some very solid defenses and potentially making this a war not just about time, but about ensuring that the hit rates stay at the very highest possible level. Surgical is certainly a very strong team though, and as you've already mentioned, picking up that win over Synchronic with a 15-14 scoreline of their own. They've also had an even more impressive run on defense against some pretty tough opponents. WSA Black was one of their octafinal opponents, and they picked up a 15-12 win against them. So very impressive differential there on total stars scored. Some tough bases constructed by both of these teams, and sure to be a very impressive semifinal war ahead of us.
Yeah, very important that you're emphasizing the defensive side here, as both of these teams seem to be doing quite well in that regard. But now it's you know, do or die. So if you slip up here, then it's most likely that you're going to lose the whole war. A single fail, as I talked with Bash about before, can decide this war, because then the opponent, you know, they can take it slow. They can maybe even get back to their comfort zone, use attack strategies that are not that fast, but maybe more safe in securing the 3-star. So you definitely want to make sure that you get those 3 stars in, even if they are a little bit slower than usual.
Right. Good points all around. I'll also remind the viewers out there that it's the champions of each cup for each weekend that is going to get an automatic advancement to the next stage for the Open Finals. But if you don't get all the way to the very end, you still are going to be able to earn leaderboard points. The 4 teams that don't win a weekend, but that still nonetheless have the most leaderboard points overall, will still advance. The finalists, the second place team, will score 50 points, but all the semifinalist teams are going to get at least 25 points, while the quarterfinal teams got 10 points. So an advancement from the quarterfinals to the semifinals is a 15-point gain, and getting to the semifinals one single time is worth more points than getting to quarterfinals twice. So this is a really great position for these teams to be starting out in. As the top 4, they know that one of these 4 teams will get that automatic advancement, while the other 3 will still have a very strong leaderboard showing and a commanding position from which to continue the rest of this season, as we look forward to that $50,000 prize pool yet to be awarded, just over a month away from us, Maxi.
Yeah, and with the single elimination style of this tournament, it's not said that the same teams will always get to this stage, like that the best teams of the world always make it. We saw that, for example, with Navi and Milliceme MG, who were defeated yesterday in the bracket. MMG actually lost their very first match in, I don't know what it was, the round of 64 or something. And remember that they were just able to get their hands on the golden ticket in the June monthly qualifier last weekend. So they definitely had the momentum there, but still, you know, a single slip up, we said it before, can cost you a war. And in a single elimination bracket, that means you're out. So yeah, that's some very interesting facts there. And we have to wait and see how everything unfolds throughout this season.
Well, we are very excited to see how this next war unfolds. We've got a little bit more time before these players are going to be queued up and ready to get the war underway. So stick with us. We're going to have a short break. The Snapdragon Pro Series continues shortly.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are in the semifinals match for our first cup. Maxi, 4 more teams remain, and we are getting back into the action now as they are getting ready to start this next war. Just a little bit more time to make sure that all of our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed, our monster energy is chugged, and everyone is ready to get in this war.
That's right, we had a slight delay in the start of the preparation day, but now the teams are up and the war is up and running, the teams are ready, and the action is just around the corner. To remind you guys, we have VM Surgical taking on DZX Sinizos in our first semi-final. All of those teams have gained 24 points for the leaderboard already, but of course they want to get their hands on the spot for the season finals in August, and they want to win today, because getting there also means taking home a share of the prize pool for sure, and of course having the chance to secure a silver ticket that waits at the end of the line.
Right, that silver ticket is extremely valuable, maybe even more valuable than the $20,000 that they stand to win as the champions for this event, because that gets them entry into a last chance opportunity to go to the World Championship $1 million prize pool event. There's a lot of money that's been given away month to month for the teams that finish out on top, but the Clash of Clans World Championship at the end of the year is still going to have hundreds of thousands of dollars up for grabs. Momin from DZX Sinizos will be the standard bearer to start things off, with a spiky ball and giant gauntlet on the king there. Queen bringing back the freezing arrow into style along with the healer puppet. And we are starting off on the bottom side of this base using that Root Rider Valkyrie combo. Siege barracks over on the left side to help the funneling out.
Yeah, looking really strong so far. The spiky ball being used from the king, the siege barrack taking good care of the top side of the base, and now Momin has to make his way into the center of the base where the town hall waits. No overgrowth spell for him, so he has to make sure to take this town hall out and use the warden ability, which he times perfectly, so all of those troops are invincible for a couple of seconds and cannot be damaged by the town hall explosion or the town hall poison.
Rage up right in the core, as well as that Druid has popped down to bear form and will continue this assault on the top line of defenses. Archer Queen still looking extremely healthy, just slowed down a bit by that wall, but this is not going to be a slow attack by any means. We're crossing that 1 minute mark, and we are going to be right at about the average time that we saw in the previous war winners. Moment from Dizzy X Zenizos, crossing that minute and 15 threshold, but very, very close to an 80-second overall attack. I think it was about a 76-second attack. Is that what you got?
I got 77, but yeah, I mean, at this point, it's not that big of a difference. It was, yeah, as you said, pretty much average. I mean, we call it average, which kind of sounds negative, but like averagely fast attack. So very well done. And we also said that the first attack sets the tone. It's very important to show your team that you're on track with your attacks, with your average timing. And also the first attack leaves you just a little bit of planning time there, because just 8 minutes after the war is started, you have to go live. So you have to be really, really fast with the planning of the deployment, while towards the end of the war, you have had, I don't know, like 40 minutes to figure out every single detail of the attack, and that might even result in faster attacks. So all in all, I would say it was a very solid start for DZX Zenizos.
Yeah, definitely a reliable, solid, decent hit. There's kind of nothing to be too super excited or really disappointed about for either of these two teams. It's kind of just business as usual so far. A 77 second attack is going to be just keeping that average time right at the target point, giving both teams kind of no really early warning about what sort of late war they're going to have to play, but just kind of holding their breath, keeping it steady, and knowing that they're going to have to keep their heads high as we go into the next attack, where we'll get an opportunity now to see VM Surgical return fire and try to keep that time even shorter, and see if they can start out with maybe a few seconds in their pockets.
Yeah, definitely there is an opportunity for that with this first attack, and we emphasized before how well both of these teams were doing on the defensive side as well. So just making sure to get the 3-star here is already a success in itself, and VM Surgical have yet to prove that they are able to overcome the bases that DZX Zenizos brought to the table, and we are very, very short before their first attack will start, and we will see how they cope with the bases that are brought to the table.
Isma, the next attacker for VM Surgical, now will be marching through with a couple of druids supporting the Root Riders and Valkyries we've known and loved for so long. They're attacking the bottom corner against a base that does have a few openings in the wall compartments. Barbarian King smashes on toward the center and sees 3 multi-target Infernos and a lot of CC troops to try to slow him down. Ice Golems are the standard pick now, just because that freezing effect, even if it's not the best defense overall, it really does slow the attack down quite a bit and give those defenses a lot more time to pop off. Did not use the overgrowth against that monolith, and so that is going to be a lot of single target damage that Eastman's going to have to deal with before he can make his way around this base.
Yeah, and he still has 2 wall breakers. I wonder if he wants to get into the back end of the base. It seems like it. Yeah, wall breaker there, opening the base, but he's still got so many freeze spell left. I think he can now just freeze the town hall twice, make sure that the heroes in the core can take it down, and it's actually looking quite fast to me as so many troops make it into this final compartment, and he finishes at 1 minute and 6 seconds, and that is already a great advantage of 10 seconds towards their opponent.
Yeah, super fast strike from Isma, and this was not at all a question about which team is going to be in the lead to begin with. Very well placed spells, excellent positioning for those Valkyries to get maximum splash damage, and striking at the core of the base with little left to clean up afterwards. That was a very great hit from Isma. When we're talking about the sort of feel that we get from these attacks after they're cleaned up, you can't ever really say decisively before you see an attack from each team, which one really took the day. But Yzma, out of the first opening salvo here, has done quite a bit for his team to make sure that is a solid start for VM Surgical.
Yeah, and so far the defenses have not held for either of those teams. It seems like they might just be too strong on offense as well. And I think we've said it before that DZX and Izos, they haven't had a single fail in the Snapdragon Pro Series season so far. Only Perfect Wars led them to be here in the semifinals today. And those were, I think, 4 Perfect Wars already, and they continued their streak with their first hit. That's very impressive. VM Surgical, they had 1 or 2 hiccups there on the way here, so maybe that shows a little bit of more consistency for DZX and Izos. But then again, maybe they didn't have to, pull their offensive, offensive strength off against such good bases as VM Surgical is bringing them. And you mentioned before, VM Surgical are part of Vogue Mary, the same organization as VM Legacy. So, maybe this golden ticket winning team has had their hands in their defensive preparations for today as well, and maybe they have shared 1 or 2 bases as well.
Interesting idea, and that is definitely a factor to consider here, especially when the metagame is so heavily tilted toward offense. So many wars come down to perfect v perfect performances. It puts a lot of pressure on base builders, not just to continue churning out lots of high quality options for these teams to be using, but to be able to get a consistent across the board, never opening up with any gaps, trying to outthink an attacking metagame that just seems so heavily tilted toward Root Riders. There's kind of nothing that the defensive base builders can really do to dissuade them from using it. I mean, we did see 1 Rocket Loon attack so far today, but it's almost like Lava Loon doesn't exist anymore in the current meta.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we've seen some players still using it, like Stars did in the beginning, and I think Rikiras as well. But yeah, these days it's more, even for those players, more Dragons and Root Riders, or sometimes a little bit more creative strategies like the mass rocket balloons with the fireball that we saw earlier from Cynthia. The fastest attack today from from Dreamwalker was a 57-second attack with dragons. So these are definitely troops that can take out a base very, very quickly. This base from what's his name? VM Simon is being taken out by Alex very, very quickly, as well as everything is now pathing their way into the center of the base. But there's still a town hall waiting.
Wow, a big strike so far, but losing troops left and right. And you're right, the Town Hall with an Inferno beam of its own next to that multi-target Inferno is just starting to cook these troops. Takes down the Grand Warden. The King is out for the count as well. A huge cluster of air bombs popping up to take down some of these healers, and the Phoenix is doing its best to keep the King alive. We do have a Queen on the backside, so the cleanup for the 3-star is going to be very solid, but this is such a slow hit, Maxi. We're approaching the 2-minute mark, and I don't know how Dizzy X and Izos is going to be able to come back from this. They're going to need a big defense later on.
Yeah, it was around 1 minute and I think 40 seconds there. But that definitely leaves a huge gap for VM Surgical to take advantage of, especially since they had already gained 11 seconds after that very first attack. But now they look even better because this was a 109-second attack.
Wow, lot of time spent on the cleanup there, and that is not what you want to see when your team is already behind against an opponent that's been able to put up attacks barely past the 1 minute mark. This is a terrifying spot for Dizzy now to be in, knowing that it's going to be extremely difficult to win a tie-based time breaker. They really need to get the defenses in. So, Maxi, you're a former pro player yourself. A situation like this is a really difficult one to be in for the attacking team. The Dizzy now way far behind in time. Are they going to try to reconfigure their strategies at all to just go for safe 3 stars and hope that they can get a defense at some point? Or do they really need to just go pedal to the metal and hope that the same sort of slowdown happens to their opponents late in the war?
Yeah, I think they really have to continue doing the fastest attacks possible, because even though 1 minute and 49 is a slip up, with just one attack that is around 1 minute, between those 2 attacks, it will be an average of around 1 minute and 20, 1 minute and 22. So actually just one fast attack can take their average time down again. And VM Surgical, they haven't been the fastest attacking team either. So maybe that was just one fast attack. Maybe Isma is their fastest attacker, and that's why he's starting off for them to put some pressure on the opponent. If I was in that team, I would say to my teammates, you know, don't give up yet. Our opponent only did one attack so far. Anything can still happen. They can fail, but they can also have a slow attack, or like on average attacks, and we do slow attacks, so everything is still possible. It's too early to say, so just keep on giving it your best. And yeah, for now they have to hope for defense or a slow attack from Sami, who is coming in now, and notice how he used the queen with her ability right away. That's because he has the healer puppet in combination with the arrow that goes through the whole base, and he used a couple of spells in the center of the base, in this case 2 earthquake spells, to take care of the rage tower there. And that means all of those centralized multi-infernos and multi-archer towers, they won't have the raged effect of the rage tower anymore.
Big strike early on now, as holding on to a few of those super barbarians for cleanup along the outer edge gives Sami just a little bit more flexibility in knowing how the remaining structures will shape up. The first 2 stars already claimed, and holding on to that Royal Champion ability yet to be used. It still is a big army in the core of Root Riders. They did get slowed down a little bit by that tornado trap, but didn't have to take too much damage during it. And this is going to be another quick strike from VM Surgical. Sami coming through and knocking down the last few buildings close to the 1 minute and maybe 24-second mark. It looks like that is going to be all she wrote. And VM Surgical hang on to a very solid lead. 6 stars, so 6 stars total, but keeping that average destruction time very much in their favor.
They did, but still, you know, the 84 seconds, they were almost 20 seconds slower than their first attack. So it shows that, you know, not every single one of their attacks will be around the 1 minute mark. And there we see the average time. It's already a big advantage. 1 minute 15 for VM Surgical and 1 minute 33 for DZX Cenizos. But given that the 1 minute and 49 was a unusually slow attack, this average will most likely be go down from DZX Cenizos. And in total, we have in fact a 36 second differential. But you know, if VM coming with more 80-second attacks, that means that DZX Cenizos can take 10 to 15 seconds off within every single attack that they do. So I think even though it looks very good for VM Surgical, and you know, they should really motivate themselves with that advantage that they have, but still everything is still possible.
All right, yeah, just 2 attacks from each team so far. Certainly not a decisive lead yet, but it is tipping in VM Surgical's favor. The opportunity for that 2-star defense still must be in the minds of the players over on DZX Cenizos, hoping that they can try to forestall such a huge offense that they've been up against. But they can't hope for that. There's no way that they can just rely on a defense. So as you said, it sounds like the best plan is to just go full steam ahead, trying to maintain that big momentum that has carried them onto the semifinals to this point. But just really hitting a big stumbling block with that slow second attack approaching that 2-minute mark. It's got to be a big morale loss for them, knowing that they have to overcome a big hurdle like that and really need a quick attack just to kind of get back in it.
Yeah, I'm just rerunning through the hits that both teams did, and I think so far all 4 hits were ground-based attacks with the Root Riders. That might mean that they also prepared their bases more for these ground type of attacks, meaning they brought ground skeleton spells and just as I say it, we come in with the dragons here. Saga showing me that they have more in store than just the Root Rider attacks, but he also will shoot the giant arrow from the queen at the beginning. And take a look at the sweepers in the core of the base, and most likely he will try to take out one sweeper. There we go. The left sweeper was taken out by the giant arrow, so nice deployment there by the queen. He just has to hope that she will actually take this opening in the wall and not go around the outside. And yes, she does. So now it's all about this blimp, supported by the Warden ability, to take out the Town Hall.
Going directly for the core and neutering a big chunk of defense by forcing that massive poison spell to come on out early and trying to keep the dragons and balloons off of the interior now. They still are going to path into the core as the ice golems are going to start to surge out of that clan castle, trying to slow down these attackers and doing a very good job of it so far. Unfortunately for Kristoff on defense, that Monolith does lock balloons instead of dragons, missing out on a big chunk of DPS that it could have gotten, and it looks like the dragons will remain quite safe as they make their way to the backside of the base now, holding on to a couple more free spells and a poison that he didn't get a chance to use earlier on. Saga does drop that onto the multi-target Inferno as a Phoenix locks on to get some additional damage done, waiting for the rest of those dragons to cruise into the latter section of this base. The final corner is going down now, but it is not going to be quite so fast as to make up the difference in time. Saga is looking at a 90-second hit or something close to it, with a skeleton trap popping out to slow them down even further, as Dizzy Exinitos will stay behind.
Yeah, that is not what they needed at this point in time. They needed something around at least 80 seconds, maybe even around 70 seconds, to make sure that they put or apply at least a little bit of pressure onto VM Surgical. But this attack has been way slower than VM Surgical's average time so far. So I doubt that they will feel pressured by that. But yeah, I mean, I can still say that we have a lot of attacks left in this war, but every single attack that is just average or slow from DZ Esports, DZ X Sinizos, is a missed opportunity to shift the average time in their favor.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. It is just a terrifying spot to be in, and especially for a team that is leading in the attacks. They're going first, third, 5th, 7th, and 9th. That leaves the preferential return opportunity still to their foes to wait and see on their timing. If they really do have to go extremely fast and try to keep that time differential in their favor, or if they have the opportunity to slow things down a bit. When you're attacking last as the 10th attacker, even if your opponents get a perfect war, if you're doing well on time, you may be able to crunch the numbers and say, hey, if I get a 3-star in anything quicker than 2 minutes and 14 seconds, we're going to win. That's a very confident position to be in, and you don't have to hardly even worry about the picture-perfect placement, unlike the previous war that we just saw, where it seemed Tribe had a really solid shot at taking it, and then HTM over the top with a 2-second gap to narrow at the very end does get the work done, and Rigo Torres taking the win. It's a tough spot to be in, but then at least you know what you have to do. Dizzy Exinizos does not even know what they have to do. Just go as fast as you can and cross your fingers.
Yeah, I guess though the only thing that they do know they need to do is to still 3-star, and that might be the last hope that DZX Sinizos have, that their opponent fail as they did in their last war, because then actually the average time would not matter anymore. But here we go. Kristoff is not planning on failing. Quite the opposite. He wants to take this base down as fast as possible, and the start of the attack was very well done. He used the giant arrow of the queen and was able to take out the left sweeper that's pointing in the direction he's coming from with the dragons. However, this blimp has a long way to go to the town hall, and this way might be trapped by the base builder.
Yeah, gotta be terrified about traps really causing a lot of damage on these aerial forces. Big black bombs busting in those dragons' faces, Maxi.
Yeah, that was so close. I mean, the tornado trap was actually perfectly placed there, and but the dragons were just able, right before they were taken out, to take out the town hall. But that was a very close call. But Woody, look at this. The base is almost gone and the timer is still so low.
Yeah, so super fast. And Christoph has got to be so super happy once again about keeping VM Surgical in the lead. It's another 3-star perfect v perfect wars back to back. And already in our third match, we have another 100% hit rate from these players, Maxi.
Yeah, amazing stuff. And this 71 second attack means that they are now at a 56-second advantage. Here we see the average time once again, 1 minute 13 to 1 minute 32. We realize that VM Surgical's average time has even gone down after that last attack. So they really stay focused, you know, and just get the job done so far. And I wonder what DZX and Ezos will do with it if they react in some way, like, you know, trying to come in with something entirely different, maybe like the Mass Valkyries that Rigo Torres used before, or if they just lean back and, you know, just accept their faith that they won't be able to make it on average time and have to keep on hoping for the defense.
Yeah, you would need simultaneously 2 really quick attacks from DZX and Ezos and 2 rather slow attacks from VM Surgical at this point. You have about a 29-second difference that you need to see out of both rounds of combat. So just think about how much time that would really have to be. 1 minute and 45 hit from VM Surgical against a 1 minute and 15-second hit from Dizzy X and Ezos is kind of the best case scenario that you could hope for if you were Dizzy in this position. Anything less than that, and you're really just leaving so much time available for VM Surgical to like take a cakewalk to the end.
Yeah, but it seems like they have really been taking lessons by their bigger brother, by VM Legacy, with so many well-experienced players, and they are also actually a team that is known for their fast average attack times. But in this case, VM Surgical, is in no way worse than their bigger brother. I mean, looking at the stats from the first war, yeah, exactly 1 minute and 13 was the average time of VM Legacy in the end, and that's what VM Surgical is at the moment. But as I said, anything can happen, and at any given time there can be a fail. Remember, even Synchronic Gaming, known for their consistency, they pulled off a fail in their first war here against VM Surgical. But now we have Xiao Tian coming in, and let's see what she can do, as she's already running the Giant Arrow and the Healer Puppet on her queen.
Very tough start here for Xiao Tian, as she needs to get a solid funnel against a base that's really spread to the brim here. Yzma doing an excellent job at denying any easy entry points and forcing Xiao Tian to get every single attacking force perfectly placed. But King is charging through along this bottom right section. The Royal Champion has been marching through just alongside the top as well, and it's going to be the core of the base now taking heavy fire, as the Grand Warden is going to use the Eternal Tome to protect the Root Riders, just going a little bit slower than I'd like toward that Town Hall, Maxi.
Yeah, and I was just about to say, she still has an overgrowth spell that she hasn't used. I think the max overgrowth spell has a duration of 24 seconds, and she deployed it at around 2 minutes and 10. That already means that at an attack time of 1 minute and 14, the overgrown buildings will come back to life. By the way, I was just stuttering there because I realized I think I might have seen it wrong. There was no giant arrow used by the queen, so there has to have been another equipment used. But there we go, overgrowth spell has run out. 2 more spells for Xiao Tian as all of her troops are collapsing onto that final building, the town hall, and this is definitely going to be a 3-star, Woody.
It sure is, but we are nowhere near that minute and 15 that we were asking from Dizzy Exonizos to hope that they could try to turn this around in their favor. It is going to be north of that 1 minute and 30 second mark, and that is going to continue to keep VM Surgical in a confident tie-based tiebreaker for time, in fact. So yeah, as you mentioned here, this was a solid strike from Xiao Tian, but she did not do what Dizzy Exonizos needed to get back on top.
Definitely not, but still, the hope of the fail of their opponents remains, and that's probably, at this point, the only thing that, in fact, can turn the war in their favor. Still, we said it before, 2 lightning-fast attacks would have been needed in their last 2 attacks, but this one was still around the average that they had before, around the 1 minute and 30 seconds. So yeah, that's what it will come down. So VM Surgical, they might take a step back and realize, okay, at this point we really don't have to go for fast attacks anymore. Unlike Christoph, who came in with a 1 minute and 11 second attack in the last one, they might say to their teammates, okay, you know, just take a deep breath and do everything as precise as possible. Take your time, funnel your queen, your root riders, whatever, and just make sure to get a safe 3-star. But then again, switching the way they go about these attacks, as they have really developed a routine in deploying everything so fast, might, you know, open a possibility of mistakes. Like for me, it was always, if I have practiced something very, very often, it's good to use that, and it's not good to make a major change to that and try to do something even better. There's room for error there. So I'm excited to see what their approach will be.
Yeah, it seems to me that they would just want to keep their plan A on track. They don't want to be changing anything last minute here. As you mentioned, that can cause a lot of different problems, not just from having to throw your first plan out the window and to reconfigure your plan of attack, but also maybe using a suboptimal attack strategy that may not be their favorites. I think sticking to root riders, or I guess in this case, we're going to see Electro Dragons, is still going to be a solid option here. VM Simon, the next to attack, showing off the hero equipments that we've got here. 1 jump spell for the Barbarian King to hop over these walls. What do you know?
Sorry, I saw the orange clock sign on the base, and that usually means that there's a connection issue. So I was fearing that there would be a disconnect, but no. Simon deploying his queen there, makes me happy, because I wouldn't have wanted a disconnect deciding this war for sure.
Giant arrow cuts right into the core of the base and does take down that enemy air sweeper. One of the perfect targets for a giant arrow, especially when you're backing it up with Electro Dragons, right? Lots of archers streaming now out of the clan castle, and that's good news for Simon, who did bring a poison spell. Will be able to very quickly dispatch those archers and not have to worry about any big slowdown in the core of the base. This is looking like it is on pace for another really quick 3-star, Maxi.
Yeah, looking so good so far, and nicely spotted there from you that he was able to clip that air sweeper that otherwise would have slowed these Electro Dragons down a ton. And only now Simon is deploying his Royal Champion from the top side. Maybe that, is in fact a result of them saying, okay, take your time with everything, and maybe he just waited a little bit longer to see where his Royal Champion would have the most benefit. But still, Woody, this is such a lightning fast attack, once again well within their average with 1 minute and 14 seconds. Simon getting it done for his team.
Once again, showing no mercy and demolishing this base in record fast time. VM Surgical are doing exactly what they need to make their way into the grand finals for this month. They are ahead on average attack duration by 20 seconds. For 4 attacks each, that is an average. I think math says 80 seconds is going to be the total difference between these two, and that's pretty much impossible to make up in one single attack. You would have to have a very extraordinary miss from VM Surgical for there to be any opportunity for Dizzy X Xenizos to win on a tiebreaker at this point, Maxi.
Yeah, that's 1 minute and 20. And remember, the average time of VM Surgical is 1 minute and 13. So the difference between both of these teams is more than a single attack of VM Surgical lasts. So yeah, very, very tough spot there. But at this point, it's very easy for DZX Xenizos. They can just be like, okay, we just have to 3-star, and then we have to hope for our opponent to fail. Otherwise, that's the end of the road for us. And that's going to be a very kind of a fun fact evolving from that DZX Xenizos will be out of this competition with a record of 5 perfect wars. So that could happen, but you know, VM Surgical just proving that if you give everything from the first attack, and you know, you don't back down, you go for fast attacks, and you deploy, you know, you bring your super barbarians to take out the back end buildings even faster and all of that stuff, it really pays off towards the end of a war.
Perfect is no longer good enough. The Snapdragon Pro Series showing us that the top level of Clash of Clans competition demands not just flawless execution, but to get there without any delay whatsoever. 1 minute and 15 seconds is just about the standard that's been set now, the high bar that these top teams are establishing for each other as what it requires to get a win in a tie-based timebreaker.
Yeah, the next attack is already on the way. Melee coming in for DZX Xenizos once more with the air-based attack with the dragons. And once again we see a nice split here. The king is coming down at the bottom side with the help of a jump spell. The queen on the right side, and the dragons go through the core. Most important part of the attack was just done, taking out the town hall with the troops coming out of the blimp. And so far everything is going according to plan. Melee also has already used his royal champion there behind the king on the bottom side, and this is certainly looking like a 3-star that will then result in their next perfect war.
Melee going very quick with this last strike, approaching the 90% mark now. Yeah, in under a minute. This is what DizzyX Xenizos needed to be doing from the very start. A clutch finish here from Melee at the 1 minute and 5 second mark is going to be one of the quickest that we've seen all day. But that is not the same case across the board for the rest of Melee's teammates. And this still leaves VM Surgical with a clear and confident way to just finish this war off with plenty of time on their side.
Yeah, it is just too little too late. In fact, it is the fastest attack of this war so far by Melee. But as you said, they would have need to start those quick attacks earlier. They would have needed at least 2 or maybe even 3 of them to keep up with VM Surgical's pace. And yeah, as we said before, this doesn't really even leave a theoretical chance for winning this on time. I mean, unless some major mistakes happen. But I think at this point, VM Surgical would need an attack of over 2 minutes and 20 seconds to leave a chance for DZX Xenizos to win on average time.
Well, it's not going to be an easy defense here for DizzyX Xenizos, but I will say in their favor that when we see misses, when we see 1-star, 2-star hits, it oftentimes is at the very beginning of a war when you've got a lot of pressure to try to get in the door, just like stab through and start out strong, or at the very end with a base that might have been a little bit tricky to figure out how they wanted to approach it. They might be reconfiguring with different plans. If there's not a solid head on the shoulders of our next attacker ready to just take this down cleanly, then there still is the possibility of a defense to hold out for. But 3 perfect wars from both sides in a row is such an extraordinary finish to watch on stream. I don't know if I've casted a series yet this year that has had 3 perfect wars broadcast in a row. 15 match results that have come down to time. It's becoming increasingly more likely as the metagame shifts even further in attackers' favor. I mean, you add in this brand new troop, right? The Druid, and all you're doing is giving another option for attacking players to make their lives even easier.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff that makes attackers' lives easier, definitely easier than the lives of base builders at the moment, but still the possibility of the fail remains even until this point where VM Ultra is taking on Alex's base in the very last attack of the war. A ground-based attack once again. We see the Root Riders, we see the Druids that Woody just talked about sprinkled in here, 2 of them. They provide some nice tanking towards the start, some nice healing towards the start of the attack, as you can see on the right side of this base now. And then once they are finished healing, a bear will emerge from them and will have some nice tanking power. So let's see how Ultra can make it to this base. 3 stars, if they are under 2 minutes and 20, will pretty much secure their victory.
Giant gauntlet on that king, smashing in through the core, but does get slowed down on an ice golem. We do see that town hall protected by multi-infernos and that monolith in the backside compartment. King won't be able to hop over the wall to get to the final edge as he goes down now, and it's the queen in the core taking down that clan castle with some root riders to try to get those walls knocked apart for her. It looks like the queen's going to be pathing over to the outside now as the root riders do collapse that interior compartment and give her some easier access to it. But she might have to take down a wall. No, okay, the wall's going to be going down on the top side thanks to the root rider being finished off. Still just 1 star, but this is going to be a triple. Maxi, VM Surgical have done it. They are going to be the first team to secure a finals placement in the first week of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
They sure have now done it. It got a little closer than I expected there towards the end, but with this I think around 1 minute 30, 1 minute 40 second attack, far faster than what they needed. It's 1:39 there in the end. Their slowest attack, but I said before, it's all about, having a safe 3-star now, so it's better to take it slow a little bit there in the end. It's still an amazing average advantage over their opponents, as we can see here, 9 seconds on average. If you calculate that to the total difference, it's around 45 seconds still, so definitely no question that they had the upper hand there on the average time. Their fast attacks off the start really paid off, really put DZX and Ezos under pressure, and they were only able to pull off 1 fast attack towards the end, which wasn't enough. They still gained 25 points for the leaderboards as they finished 3rd/4th, but VM Surgical, they secured their victory and they secured their spot in our grand final today.
Well, speaking of other grand finals, let's take a look at the bracket and see all the teams that have been competing so far this week. Making it to the very end is VM Surgical on the bottom side here with their victory over Disney X Zenizos. They'll be waiting in the wings watching as VM Legacy and HTM will square off next to try to claim that final spot in the grand finals. HTM will be seeking to prevent the Vogue Mary shutout of the finals bracket, which would give an opportunity to VM Surgical to contend for that last chance qualifier silver ticket, something that I'm sure that they would love to get, seeing as their teammates VM Legacy already have a golden ticket.
Yep, That is right. And we have two amazing teams that will fight for the spot in just a second. And I just checked the stats there for VM Legacy and HTM. And funny enough, their average times in their Perfect Wars were just 1 second apart. And in fact, both of them were the fastest average times we saw so far today. So we'll see two of the best teams in our next semi-finals battling it out. Around 1 minute and 12 was their average, the best and the fastest teams, and it's going to be really, really exciting. And maybe even at some point we will see a fail. I mean, you said it, we have broadcasted only Perfect Wars today, but who knows, maybe the pressure gets too high at some point, because I mean, we just get to more and more important matches.
The next semifinal match is coming up soon. Make sure to stick with us. We'll be right back with the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are kicking off our second semifinal match to find out the last team that will be moving on to the finals, contending for that coveted spot in our seasonal finals, where $50,000 is up for grabs. 2 matches left today, and so far, I have been so impressed by the perfect wars we've seen across the board. Not a single miss. My name's Woody, and it's great to be back right here alongside Clash Bashing. How you doing, Bash?
Oh, I'm good, Woody. I'm hanging in there. It's still early. I guess it's getting later. But some great action here. I mean, these VM teams, man. Are we going to see a VM final out here? We got one more match to decide it, I guess.
It's possible. Hey, it's very possible. We were calling that out, at the very beginning of the day, that there were multiple teams from multiple orgs that could possibly result in a shutout at the end. Vogue Mary has the chance still yet to do it, with VM Surgical advancing to the finals and VM Legacy still remaining in the top side. Dizzy X and Ezos and Dizzy Esports both could have also done it as well for the Dizzy name. To make it to the very end. But this is particularly interesting, I think, for Vogue Mary, since, as we've mentioned already, VM Legacy holds a golden ticket to the World Championship. The Snapdragon Pro Series is a premier level community event for the World Championship, and so they hold a silver ticket to be able to award to the team that wins it all. But if a squad already has a golden ticket, they can't also hold a silver ticket. And so it's really good news for all the teams that are competing to see VM Legacy doing so well, because it's one less squad that they have to worry about to compete against for that silver ticket in the end.
Yeah, good point, actually. I mean, if VM Legacy makes it through, and I mean, even if throughout one of our other cups, a team that makes it through that already has that golden ticket, I mean, imagine we could get to our finals with 2 or 3 teams that already have golden tickets. We still have 2 monthly qualifiers for golden tickets, not to mention the last chance qualifier. So this could play out really interesting. But let's hop into semifinal match number 2, HCM versus VM Legacy. This should be a pretty interesting matchup. I'm very excited for this HCM squad. They were able to go really, really quick in their match against Tribe, edging them out by just a few seconds with a very unconventional mass Valkyrie attack. But we are right into the action with Dreamwalker coming in with Dragons. And check this out, Woody. 3 clone spells. Be interesting to see if we have just mass balloons inside of this clan castle. Maybe have a little bit of a clone chain. And also an uncommon piece of equipment here, the Rage Vial on the Warden as well, to get these dragons nice and angry. But here comes that battle blimp, and the Queen does go ahead and throw her giant arrow, and there goes the chain of clones. Check it out.
Yeah, Dreamwalker sacrificing a little bit in terms of versatility in order to just get all those dragons deployed super fast. Only 4 troops brought to this attack: dragons, baby dragons, balloons, and super barbarians. Means that you don't have to spend a whole lot of time going for perfect placement on the tiles there. You just drop them all, hit them with the rage, and go all gas, no brakes to the finish line.
I like that one. All gas, no brakes. Very nice. This one is going quick. We saw Dreamwalker go very quick previously, and these dragons are looking to do the same. It's very interesting that Battle Blimp kind of dropped short so that the clones could actually clone up the balloons and take out all the surrounding defenses as we close right in on this 1 minute mark. This one is looking to be right at 1 minute and 4 seconds.
Wow.
Very nice start for HCM, and they keep up their pace. This is exactly what I'm expecting this team to do, to bring quick attacks and nice creative attacks. We've already seen they've used some of the most creative attacks so far. If it wasn't for that tornado, those balloons could have really wreaked havoc in the middle of that base.
Oh yeah, but I mean, all those clone spells, the dragon sword in the top, there was just so much aerial based damage to just completely demolish this base. Great read, by the way, in a meta that is so heavily tilted in favor of root riders, to recognize that this was a perfect base to go mass dragons on. And not just mass dragons, not even really bringing in a whole lot else in terms of troops to this attack. Just, baby dragon here or there, a few balloons to take out defenses, but then walloping with clone spells. just super highly concentrated attack that got a very quick result, exactly what they were hoping for. A 1 minute and 4 second hit, very below the average attack time, very much so, of the teams even that have won on time-based tiebreakers. I'm starting to lose my words here in the 11th hour, Bash, but I will make it through this war. I guess we'll just have to see if HTM and VM Legacy can say the same afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, very interesting. Like, that attack kind of reminded me of like the end of Town Hall 14 and the Town Hall 15 meta with the dragons and the clone spells. We saw that quite a bit used, and that one was really well done. I think even if the Queen's giant arrow was just a second later, could have maybe even saved a push on that battle blamp from the sweeper, but it was still really well executed. Minute 4 seconds. I mean, if we're cooking there, you're fine. That's exactly where you need to be. I think anything less than 70 seconds is above average and really setting a nice tone for your team. That 70 to like 85 second range, I feel like that's just kind of like the safe average range. That's where you want to be without causing too much stress. And then anything above that, that's when we start getting a little bit worried. I mean, Maxi was talking about it. It seems like 75 seconds is kind of the mark thus far throughout our tournament. So a minute 15 is where you want to be. Anything faster, obviously that's a good thing.
Well, we'll take every second we can get here in the semifinals. There is not going to be very much slack or wiggle room at all. We know that it is going to potentially be a very close race, but it is all up to our next attacker to see which team is going to start out with the lead. 64 seconds is very, very quick, but hey, we've seen faster on occasion, and it's not entirely impossible for VM Darkstar to be one of those quick attackers to put VM Legacy in the driver's seat right out of the gate. Root Riders and Valkyries are going to be coming in on the bottom side of the space. Royal Champion at the left corner. Siege Barracks on the right corner, doing everything that he can to get the funneling down perfectly. But ooh, a lot of Skelly Traps over on the left side are going to be slowing down the entry for this Royal Champion. She does go invisible thanks to the Spirit Fox there, but it's going to be the charge in the bottom corner now that I'm looking at with the Grand Warden popping the Eternal Tome to try to get those Root Riders on target and avoid the slowdown from the Ice Golem right there in the core, Bash.
Jump spell on the top side for the King, and the Royal Champion was forced to ability a little bit early. A lot of times we see that Royal Champion, if she's able to save ability for a little bit later in the attack, it does make up a little bit of time. Queen will come over here and take down the Town Hall. King does go to giant form there with the giant gauntlet, so he'll take a little bit less damage. Oh, but he pops out to the outside. That jump spell, oh, well, I guess the jump spell didn't span into the middle there. Never mind, I misread the jump spell, so the King actually didn't have a way into the middle, so it makes sense that he goes out. But look at the time here, over a minute already, and Darkstar, I mean, this one's struggling a little bit. Should be fine with the rage spell, but this time is going to be probably at least 90 seconds.
Big black bomb explodes right in one of those super minions' face, and this is going to be one of the closest ones to whether or not it's even able to pull off the 3-star. Queen on the very outer edge is going for the wrong wall. Oh, she's gonna have to get through 2 layers of walls in order to get back into the
doesn't have ability either. Now. Oh, I'm worried with that. Okay. Ooh, oh wait, Warden almost got the ricochet cannon. The ricochet cannon is very low, so that should be okay. But this is going to be at least 2 minutes. This is not the start the VM Legacy wants. They are going to be way behind. Queen's going to have to break through this wall. She'll be able to reach everything. She'll be fine just because that ricochet cannon is one shot there. So one hit from the Queen will take that out. But look at this time, Woody. It's going to be 2+ minutes on this. That's not good.
Yeah, horrifying time on the finish here for VM Darkstar, and not the way that Legacy were wanting to start this war. This is just about as bad as this attack could have possibly gone. Anything, short of actually having been a miss on the 3-star. But coming in at 2 minutes and 11 seconds, VM Legacy does limp over the finish line as Darkstar finishes off one slow hit for his squad. What went wrong there, Bash, that he might have been able to fix with planning differently, or was it just traps that caught him up that he could not have anticipated?
It feels like sometimes, like when you're doing like these, it's not necessarily multi-phase, but like multi-deployment attacks, it's just so much going on. And like this one, it felt like it got a little bit disjointed, where the Root Riders were down there at the bottom, the Queen kind of was doing her own thing, the Root Riders kind of blew past the Town Hall, the King didn't really get as much value maybe as anticipated. That Royal Champion went to ability early, so she wasn't able to hold on to that. So a lot of things, just minor details. I mean, it's still a 3-star. It's crazy that we have to like downplay a 3-star, but that's just where we're at here. It's very unfortunate. I mean, a 2-minute 11-second 3-star feels like a fail in this current meta, which you really can't afford that. They're down over a minute now in time. They're gonna have to hope that HTM makes a mistake and gets a big fail of their own somewhere here, but thus far they haven't shown any weaknesses like that.
Yeah, in a meta game like ours we've seen so far in the Snapdragon Pro Series, not a single miss yet. It's 3 stars across the whole board and a 100% hit rate. It's really extraordinary, and you know, it's easy to see why Supercell is introducing hard mode as a potential addition for the competitive scene to bring in a little bit more difficulty for these players, and to give bases a chance on defense. That is not the case for this war, though. We are not playing in hard mode, and attackers have access to the entire kit of offense. So it's just a question of how they can navigate that to the quickest possible victory. Barbarian King does smash through a single target Inferno up on the top side of the base. There is one more that Mohamed Morawi is going to have to deal with over on the bottom side, but HTM Esports looking very confident with this early strike here. Siege Barracks at the right side is going to finally tick away with the rest of those wizards to keep the funnel going strong on both the top left and bottom right sides, Bash.
Nice little surge into the middle of the base with the Royal Champion in there. The Queen is in there, and it needs this overgrowth to kind of fade away. I didn't see the time of when it was deployed, but the Root Riders are still working through the top side. They'll have the Hogs coming out of the Siege Barracks, and everything is in the middle. Nice. Now the Queen will be able to go ahead and take this Town Hall down, pop her ability, and then all the Root Riders should be able to surge in there and finish off these last defenses. This is going to be another quick time here for HCM Esports, as we're just over a minute 5, and this one should be under a minute 15 total. Yeah, check this out. A minute 12 for HCM. They are flying, Woody.
Royal Champion popping that ability a little bit late. Might have even given up a few seconds there. We don't have that boom, boom, boom from her shield bouncing off of targets anymore, but we do have a lot of speed, and the Hog Rider Puppet paired up with that haste file. Very, very useful at finishing off tricky to reach defenses, and yeah, that's exactly what we were looking for from HTM Esports, keeping their time very, very quick, just above the 2-minute mark there. Once again, HTM going to be in a commanding lead against VM Legacy, now in a tough spot, as even though they have the opportunity to respond, they are just not up to the task yet and getting this time back in their favor. It's going to be a very, very difficult uphill battle for them from this point on, Bash.
I was really concerned, like when the haste vial came out with the hog puppet, a lot of people were using that, and I was like, man, I don't like that, like, because the haste vial gets the RC out in front of the hogs, and then she doesn't have that protection. But we just see that used time and time again, and it's just so valuable. The RC is able to get in there, surge ahead, because not only is her speed increased, but her attack speed is increased as well. And then those hogs kind of come in and clean up it right behind her. It's just like a perfect pairing there, and pretty much I don't even know of any attack that we've seen that we haven't seen the haste vial and the hog puppet used on the Royal Champion. So really MVP equipment there for the RC, kind of making that change as the equipments evolve. It's really interesting to see. We don't see too much diversity as far as the equipment goes, especially on the Royal Champion. Every once in a while we'll see differences on the King and the Queen. Even the Warden, it's very rare to see something. I mean, we saw a Rage Gem a little bit earlier, but even that, still very rare.
Well, it seems like Spirit Fox is the new best friend of this Royal Champion. Yeah. We've seen a little bit of variety among the pets. Angry Jelly getting paired up sometimes with the Warden, sometimes with the Barbarian King, just to be able to target onto enemy defenses early on to help with funneling and ensure that there's no big surprise that pops up from the early stage of a raid. But let's talk pets a little while, since Spirit Fox is getting so much use. Angry Jelly is still kind of in the mix there. It still seems like Unicorn is almost always paired with the Archer Queen, and then what else is really under consideration? I guess the Poison Lizard gets a little bit of usage here and there, but yeah, Electro Owl seems to still be a top spot pick for the Grand Warden.
Yeah, I mean, on the King, a lot of times we'll see the Phoenix just having that extra 8 seconds where he's just invulnerable is just so valuable. And then like the Electro Owl you see just because of the damage that it can help out with, especially on these air attacks. Like you get the chain in there from the Electro Owl, it's really nice. We do see the spiky ball on the King, and that's what I was going to talk about earlier. On these dragon attacks, you see that spiky ball come in, but let's keep an eye on, oh wait, I was going to say the battle blimp, but I guess he already deployed a Stone Slammer here for Ninja, which already popped on that left-hand side. So the Dragons are going to be in charge of surging through the middle of the base and taking down the Town Hall. Does have plenty of spell support for him, so I'm not very concerned. But Warden ability is off. There goes the Overgrowth, and then they'll have to circle back. Heroes coming in from the top side also to take out that part of the base.
Dragons soaring high and not having to worry about these walls at all. Still good positioning for the heroes to help with the cleanup along the outer edges. Barbarian King is swooping around the right side corner. He will have to crack through a wall after that next one in order to get back on in, but the Royal Champion doesn't have to worry about walls. Arch Queen is stuck on a wall on the bottom side though, and it looks like he's just gonna have to rely on the troops to try to get the cleanup finished up in time here. Ninja is going record fast, and that's a lickety split finish, crossing just over the 2-minute remaining mark now. He is going to get this Town Hall down without much difficulty, and looks to be finishing up in pretty close to average time for VM Legacy, around the 1-minute and 20-second mark. Maybe a little bit slower than he had hoped for, given that HTM Esports is just going so incredibly fast, but definitely a solid hit from Ninja, and certainly can be happy about how that one finished up.
Yeah, Ninja actually former teammates with Ghost. They played in the last season of the NA Snapdragon and actually won the championship. So very interesting seeing them now on opposite teams here playing against each other. It does get the 3-star, however, it was 10 seconds slower than Muhammad's attack. So we're looking at a minute 17 advantage for HTM. Yeah, this is a massive advantage. I guess with the rounding, it is a minute 18 there. So big advantage. Oh, wait, I guess average attack duration. Never mind. Don't mind me. The time is 1 minute 17 seconds advantage to HCM. The average is completely different. It's too early for that, Woody.
Hey Bash, you are exactly right. You're literally correct. It just kind of sounded a little weird to say it that way, but you're right. 77 seconds in HTM Esports' favor, and that shows quite a gap on the average attack duration. Just incredibly impressive for 1 minute and 8 seconds to be where HTM is starting off with their first 2 attacks. Their later hitters are going to have even more time to prep their hits and ensure that they get clean, solid strikes in there. So HTM got to be very, very happy with how the war has started off so far. 2 attacks on the books now from both of these squads, and HTM must be feeling very confident, not even really needing a defense at this point. Just got to keep those solid, quick hits coming in one after another, and VM Legacy could fall at this point.
I know we're on the global stage now, but Nick here for HCM, kind of an NA legend for the Snapdragon Pro Series. We call him the GOAT of NA Snapdragon. He has the most championships of any player in NA Snapdragon history, and along with like Rigo and Ghost, these guys have been playing together for quite a few seasons. They have a lot of history together. They have a lot of chemistry. So this team is very well versed, and we see them adding a few pieces that just complement that. So I think that's just kind of what we're seeing work together for this team, is they're all coming together, working together, and it's a very nice complement of players, in my opinion.
Yeah, in a competitive landscape that is so razor tight in terms of what it takes to get to the very top, it's refreshing to see that there's still the opportunity for international teams to come together and form a super group of players able to leverage every little bit of skill and opportunity that they can. It's not always just teams that are all from the same country anymore, speaking the same language. Clash of Clans is its own language, and these players are all fluent, operating at an extremely high competitive level. Looking forward to seeing how Nick does now with a giant arrow cutting right through the core of the base, taking out one of those air sweepers, as we love to see. Pops the Eternal Tome as well for the Dragons to protect them from that single target Inferno, and we'll be able to burn straight toward the core with a freeze and a rage spell to get that battle blimp right onto the Town Hall, taking the first star. It was so quick here, Bash.
Not to mention the clone spell with all those balloons, able to take out some of the surrounding defenses as well. Very nice strike there from Nick. Now the King is under the single, but with that giant gauntlet, he's able to withstand it for a little bit. So he's actually cooking through there. We do have the Dragons on the right, but this one's looking a little bit slower. Royal Champion does finally get deployed, but keep an eye on the back end of this base. A lot of damage over there, and the Queen and Royal Champion are going to have to get over there and help out. They do have some time to play with, so that's not a big issue. They're up 77 seconds but you don't want to give too much of that away here if possible.
Single target Inferno is a very interesting tech choice here from Darkstar, all across the board, burning up big, heavy targets. Nick, I think, had intended to use those free spells to protect the Barbarian King and keep that cleanup going at full speed ahead. Nonetheless, HTM is going to be coming in with just over 1 minute and 30 seconds on this attack, slowing down their average time quite a bit, but still holding on to an impressive lead over VM Legacy. Nick does pass the finish line and is looking to keep HTM in a solid position to hold on to their lead here, Bash.
Yeah, and with them having a huge advantage, a minute 31 is a little bit slow, but you're not really sweating that. You're up over a minute, so even if VM Legacy can somehow put up a 60-second attack, you still hold a massive advantage here. So yeah, it was slow and you may give back a little bit of that lead, but you're still fine. You're still in the driver's seat in this war. So a fine attack there from Nick. He didn't have to do anything crazy, kind of just went with an attack that he knew would work, would be relatively quick, not overly overpowering or anything like that, but it gets the job done in 91 seconds. So very fine attack there for Nick. Nothing, I like that he didn't go with anything crazy and like making a mistake there. It did look a little bit close at one point, but ultimately gets the 3-star, uses those hero abilities at the right times, and that's what they need. Just kind of cruise through here, don't make any mistakes.
Hey, that's the name of the game. When you have the lead already, no need to take any risks. No need to worry too much about a 1 minute and 23 second attack or a 1 minute and 24 second attack. You're just going to take the win if you can keep that big advantage that you've earned early on. And he's got to be thanking his teammates that that's the position that they put him in, to not have to worry so much about time, not having to focus on just like taking every possible second off of there with a little chisel. He instead just gets to bring that mallet and smash base after base. And at the midpoint of this war now, with 3 attacks down now from HTM, it looks like once again we are going to have another perfect opportunity for them to take 15 stars off the board and hang them up on their side. That means that VM Legacy need to prevent that from happening with an excellent defense, or find some sort of way to get that time closer. It seems like both of those possibilities are going to become vanishingly less likely as this war goes on. And it's going to require a miracle for VM Legacy to be able to get into the grand finals with their teammates.
Hawk coming in next. Hawk has been known to do some really fast attacks, so they could make up some time here. And one thing I do want to note, I'm not saying, you know, it's necessarily a bad thing, but we did see a somewhat creative attack from Rigo Torres in the last war against Tribe Gaming using a massive Valkyrie attack. Now, it crushed the base, don't get me wrong, but it was something that we don't see a lot. So maybe that leaves the door open for VM Legacy here towards the end. Something to keep an eye on, but this war definitely not like HTM Esports' last war where it came down to the final attack. This one, they pretty much have the commanding spot here. They just have to put away VM Legacy, but Hawk is going to look to close that gap here with his Root Riders.
Root Riders storming straight into the core, and with plenty of spell support as well. He does see a Super Dragon on defense, a little bit of an unusual pick there from Rigo Torres to try to get some big hits off against these attackers, but not going to be enough to slow down this army marching toward the core. P.E.K.K.A.s are withering away as you hear them just slowly but surely taking too much fire from defenses, but the King will not be stopped right in the core of the base there. Grand Warden going to stab down the last shot there from that rage, or I guess that was a Poison Tower maybe, and Hawk grabs a 3-star 100% for VM Legacy in lightning fast time. That was exactly what they would hope to see in order to try to stay competitive in this match, Bash.
I think that was a 1 minute 7 seconds, so they do make up about 24 seconds there. That's what they need to do. We're halfway through now for both teams, a little bit over halfway, 60% through. But if you could chisel away 20 seconds at a time, that's what you're looking to do. We see the advantage still here, huge for HCM. We're already aware of that. We knew that was happening, but if you can get 10 seconds here, 20 seconds there, you give yourself a chance on these final couple of attacks. We know we still have Ghost and Rigo Torres waiting in the wings for HCM Esports, who are very quick and very well competent attackers. But all it takes is just one building. Woody, we've talked about that. One building can throw off 10 to 20 seconds on an attack and really could get VM back in this one.
Very close to a minute of total time separates these two teams, though, something around maybe 54 seconds in total. And so with only 2 attacks left for both squads, it's about 27 seconds that they're going to have to separate in order to get the lead again. That's just too much to ask, Bash. We would really have to see 4 pretty unusual hits, both in terms of VM Legacy going quick and HTM going slow. That's just not the sort of expectation that we would have going into the late war for a semifinals match at this level of play. And so are we going to see our first defense? Is there any possibility at all that VM Legacy can deny the perfect war to HTM? It just doesn't seem likely. And yet it has happened before. Mystic Warriors prevented HTM from getting a perfect war. That was a 14-13 scoreline in the round 4 match earlier this week. And so HTM is not a perfect squad. They have missed on occasion, but with all eyes on them and knowing how much is riding against an opponent that has a golden ticket, they're certainly going to want to crush them and prove that they will also be a team in the contention for a golden ticket when their chance comes next month.
And the advantage here confirmed at 54 seconds. And you might be right. You might be right. HTM, that might be too much to overcome in 2 attacks. Although we did just see 23 seconds gained back here. But even if we do 23 seconds 2 more times, you're still down ultimately by 8 seconds at the end of the war. So it's going to take a fail. And I mean, even if it's a 2-minute fail, realistically, in the way things go, 2 minutes is a fail. But Ghost is going to come in now with dragons of his own, does rage up this Electro Dragon to get some nice chains, some beautiful chains through the space, throws in the Archer Queen's giant arrow. I almost called it super arrow. That's interesting. Giant arrow through there, but this E-Drag might be able to chain through and get the Eagle. That's what I was keeping my eye on. It does. Gets the Eagle artillery down with a few chains. That's beautiful. Now the dragons can work through the middle along with that Stone Slammer. A great setup here for Ghost.
Yeah, that's Mondo value, and HTM Esports still looking very clean to close this one out with a quick strike. Overgrowth right into the core is only going to grab 5 defenses, but that is got to be just enough to ensure that the funneling goes perfectly for him. Tesla Farm does pop up on the top left side, so that could be a little bit of difficulty for those dragons now, getting spun around by a tornado trap. Dragon Rider as well on that top side going to be doing its best to focus down those defenses, but wow, a lot of traps and confusion forces Ghost to drop a freeze spell to support those balloons and ensure that he doesn't have any problems up on the top side. Freeze in the core as well to help the one lone dragon that's doing a charge for the town hall. And with the last freeze still waiting to be used, Ghost has just had so many spells available to commit to this attack, Bash. That's a 3-star for sure, and HTM will hold on to their lead.
Somehow it felt like he had unlimited freeze spells on this one. Ultimately, it does get through here at 1:28 seconds, so a little bit slower. Does give a little bit of opening again for VM Legacy as we were near 90 seconds there, just under 90 seconds. I know we were talking that it's going to be near impossible for VM. They're going to need a major mistake. But if HCM keeps putting up 90-second attacks, they are giving them a chance. Now, that's also something that could force a mistake from VM because they're going to want to get like a 60-second attack here. Realistically, if you're going to make up the 54 seconds, is that what it is? Yeah, 54 seconds. You're going to need like a 1-minute attack here. You got to shave off 30 seconds here. And that's where we see mistakes happen. When you're trying to force things, go too quickly, all it takes is one little wrong drop or one ability too early, and you can just have a 2-star on your hands. But the door's open. There's an opportunity here for VM.
Oh yeah, they are knocking. They are going to try to pass through that door, but up against a team that is bringing quad freeze, a hailstorm of defensive shutdown spells, really suggests to me that HTM Esports knows that this is not about time. This is just about execution. When you see freeze getting brought instead of more rage spells, instead of the sorts of spells that would be able to shut down defenses rather than speed up the offense, it signals that they are feeling very confident that they're going to win on time and just need to make sure that they don't have some sort of terrible upset that would result in a very slow attack from losing their offense on one side or the other of the base. So HTM Esports now still looking very, very strong, and with only one more attack left that they have to execute perfectly, it's VM Legacy that is just going to be on their back heel now, having to force their way back into this war with some stellar defense or something incredible coming up their sleeves, Bash.
And we saw that Rigo Torres can go fast if needed. Rigo's attack was 1 minute 7 seconds against Tribe Gaming, one of the top clans I think a lot of people consider in the world. Definitely a fan favorite out there, and a kind of a surprise for HCM to beat them. I mean, that war was so close, so back and forth, but ultimately it came down to Rigo's attack. So if he needs to, he can handle the pressure. He's been there. One of the most storied players, not only here in Snapdragon, but in all of the world. He's played in more world championships, I think, than any other player. So he's a really, really competent player. But Synthé is going to come in next. We do have dragons with a couple of electro dragons. We have the spiky ball in there. No giant arrow this time for Synthé, as he has frozen arrow and invisibility vial on the archer queen, and then pretty standard equipment the rest of the way as far as a dragon attack goes. Now again, Synthé, known for quick attacks. Can he make up some time here? That's something to keep an eye on. Battle Blip is in early with the clone spell. She'll be able to gut this core out. Let's see if he can get some time for a squad.
That's a big clone right in the core, getting a lot of balloons, but they are going to get
No town hall.
whirled up by the tornado trap, and the town hall stands, Bash.
Yeah, this could be interesting. I mean, he's definitely got enough firepower here. He's still got 3 freezes and a rage, but my guess would be that Synthé definitely wanted to take down the town hall with those clone balloons. World Champion is coming in from the left-hand side now with her ability to speed her up with the haste vial and the hog puppet. She'll be able to surge into there. The time is still fine on this. If that town hall went down, this time would be insane. He's still got everything working towards the middle of the base as we close in on 1 minute. If he can get this at 1 minute 5, 1 minute 7, that would be really, really great. Here we go. Dragons are in, and keep an eye on the time. It's 1 minute 6 seconds for Synthé. Exactly what they needed here. Maybe needed a little bit faster, but they will make up 22 seconds. The advantage still stands at 30 plus seconds for HCM Esports. 32 seconds for HCM.
Did he pop that battle blimp early, or did it? I think he popped it early.
It felt like he popped it early, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he dropped it early, trying to get that clone to kind of chain up to the town hall. But here we go, taking a look at the time. 8-second average, but remember, that's spread out through 4 attacks. 4 times 8 is 32, and that's exactly where our advantage lies right now for HTM Esports. And I think, honestly, if they put in an 80-second attack, I think they win this war.
Only 1 attack left for each team, and as long as they put in a quick hit, it is going to be easy sailing. And I think you're right, 80 seconds is just about what we would say would be pretty confidently a win. It would have to get quicker than 50 seconds at that point for a turnaround from VM Legacy. And I think with the record, world record time for a 3-star hit at something like 47 seconds, there's not really any way that you would expect it to be any quicker than that on the main stage here, Bash.
Yeah, it's just tough to do. I mean, Maxi talked about, we've only seen like 10 to 15 of those sub 60-second attacks in general throughout the world circuit. So just getting it's very rare. It's not like we're seeing that all the time. We are seeing like sub 70 seconds a lot more often, but even that is kind of rare. We only see maybe one of those a war, so it's tough to go quick. I know we talk about the speed meta a lot, but it's tough to go that extreme speed. When you force it, you end up making more mistakes, and then costing yourself just more time when the troops have to backtrack to a building you missed or something.
Yeah, it's always a pretty terrifying trade-off between efficiency and robustness, just ensuring that you check all the boxes and tear down every building, but trying to do it as quickly as you possibly can. If you tear away a little bit of your cleanup troops from one angle, you're necessarily going to be depriving another side of the base from having that offensive capability. So just getting that picture perfect exact number of troops deployed in the exact right spot is such a terrifyingly difficult challenge, and that's what makes Clash of Clans esports so exciting to watch. What makes us so appreciative that the Snapdragon Pro Series gives an opportunity to teams at the top level of competition to continue to hone their craft and to show off their skills in the best possible way. HTM Esports doing a fantastic job of showing off why they deserve a spot in the finals, and they've got just one more attack to make that case. Rigo Torres will be the last to hit for HTM Esports as he sets up with another pretty standard complement of a Root Rider attack. Nothing fancy here, just needs to execute and put VM Legacy from the chopping block into a coffin.
I really like this play from Rigo. We saw he kind of brought out an attack that we don't see a ton with the Mass Valkyries when he needed it, but he knows that 80 seconds probably wins him this war, and you can do that with this attack right here. It's going to go ahead and surge that king right into the middle of the base. Keep an eye on these clan castle troops in the poison tower, throwing tons and tons of archers and more archers. Archers still coming out of the clan castle will hold that king up. Does finally overgrowth. Now the queen's working through the bottom with the roots, Woody.
Yeah, that offensive poison spell going to ensure that Rigo Torres doesn't have to get too clogged up dealing with those archers coming out, as many as there may be. Poison is a splash damage effect and is able to neutralize those CC troops without much difficulty at all. It's going to be the death of those Inferno Towers now, as Rigo Torres has to just loop around to back into the center. He's got 2 more freezes and a rage spell to drop in there to finish the space off. Monolith over on the left corner is going to get a freeze as well, and we're running a little bit low on firepower, but the time is looking very good here now as we pass that 120 mark, and it's a 124-second hit. If I got that right, I think Rigo Torres has just about made it almost impossible for VM Legacy to win this war.
Yeah, 123, 124, somewhere in between there. I didn't see if the clock ticked there at the end. We'll get an official word there, but even being said, it is still going to be very tough for, I'm assuming, Fluxy, the last attacker for VM Legacy, to come back. I mean, what are we talking here? If it is 23 seconds, maybe even 24 seconds, we're talking a 52-second attack there. 51, 52 seconds. That's bordering on impossible in this situation right now.
Might be the only time when we actually see a miss happen on the main stage, just because the attackers know that they have to do it so fast in order to get the win now. But I think that you are right, with a 32-second differential in the favor of HTM Esports there. It looks like it would have to be just barely over 50 seconds for VM Legacy to be able to pull out a win. Not impossible, but certainly not the sort of position that you would want to be in as the last attacker for your clan. Gotta be feeling for Fluxy here, man. This is a very tight spot and not one that he can be comfortable with basically any strategy. He's got to go guns blazing, no hesitation at all here, Bash. And I think that it still is just going to be way too much to ask. Even if he executes perfectly, a 1-minute attack being too slow, just it's so demoralizing for an attacker to have to go up against such terrifying odds.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough. I mean, we're talking like the most extreme of extreme times here needed to win this. And I mean, it's just the way this goes. We had 2 minutes 11 seconds from Darkstar, just kind of set the tone for this war. When you have that big of a miss early, we kind of saw HTM not necessarily lay off the gas, but kind of coast here, not taking any major risks, not doing anything crazy, just knowing that minute 20, minute 30-second attacks are going to win them this war, and that's proven to be very effective. All the pressure will be on to VM, but I don't think this is a very winnable situation, to be honest with you.
So it looks like, from what I see, it was indeed going to be a 49-second hit required from Fluxy in order to get the win here, is what it looks like to me, Bash.
Wow, that's crazy. We got E-Drags going in. There is some chain value over here.
Maybe 50 seconds is good enough.
But you gotta get going. Does use the Queen's Giant Arrow, takes out the sweepers there. The invisibility tower will fade, so the dragons will be able to go right over the town hall. The Queen will work through the bottom. He does have a stone slammer that comes in now. Here comes the Warden's ability, but he's gonna get those dragons on the top. The Electro dragons chain him. They're stuck on the king right now. Needs to get them elsewhere because they're starting to take a little bit of damage. All right, keep an eye on the middle of the base now. The overgrowth is also going to take off, 24, 26 seconds as all those defenses are stalled up.
This is just an impossible task for even one of the best players. Fluxy, a world contender who's been in a finals match on the main stage has been a vice champion, but that, as we pass the 50-second mark, is going to be too slow for VM Legacy, even with one of the best players in the world yet to use an attack here, just past the 1 minute mark. This is still going to be an above average hit in terms of total time spent, but it is going to be too slow to close the gap against HTM Esports, who will be our next finalists in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Another perfect v perfect war, but it is Mohamed Marawi's defense that will hold out in the end, as HTM Esports will secure victory by a narrow margin of time, Bash.
A minute 14 seconds there for Fluxy, just not quick enough. So unfortunate. As we take a look at the final leaderboards here, HTM Esports with the 5-second average faster time, and they will take down VM Legacy. So we will not see a VM v VM finals. We will actually see HTM Esports move on to our finals for our Open Cup #1 here. A very nice performance from them. I like what I'm seeing from this HTM Esports team. They are flying, they are consistent, they're looking really good going into the grand final.
Oh yeah, what's not to love? A tiebreaker time win against a golden ticket holder, just hot off of a victory over Tribe Gaming in similar fashion. This is a squad that has got the world championship in their sights, and with a move in advancement to the finals now of the Snapdragon Pro Series, they have got a really great chance of making that happen. HTM versus VM Surgical is your grand final match. The winner of that match will be able to advance onward to the finals of this season. They'll be able to wait in the wings, as the rest of the teams will have to continue to duke it out. Whereas even just making it to the finals will score them 50 leaderboard points and give both of these teams a really solid shot at making it toward the end, when we have that $50,000 prize pool up for grabs, Bash.
Yeah, but being able to make it in Cup 1, it would be huge for either of these squads. Then you don't have to grind. You can kind of focus on getting ready for the finals. You don't have to burn so many bases. You don't have to burn so many hours. I mean, we talked about some of the NA guys here. They had to start at 3 a.m. today. That is brutal. 3 a.m. Eastern. I mean, if you're anywhere else in the country, it's midnight for some of these players. So it is a brutal schedule. So if you can get that out of the way early, I think it's an advantage. So HCM definitely wants to take the advantage, but they're going to have to go up against this tough VM squad who wants it just as bad.
Well, I'll be stepping away from the caster desk for the final match, and that leaves Maxi and Bash to give us a rousing performance for the final one of the day. We hope that all of you stick with us, and I will be sure to see you again for the next cup. Thanks to everyone who's been tuned in so far, and stick with us. The grand finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series is right around the corner.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Maxi, it all comes down to this. We are ready for our grand final, HCM Esports against VM Surgical. Welcome back to the desk, bud.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was an amazing war that led into this final. HTM had a very tough time against VM Legacy, but their one slow attack really cost them. Even though they caught up more and more, it wasn't enough to overcome them in the end. And now we have our first Open Cup finalists. And we know that whoever wins this will secure their spot in the final, in the season finals in August, and has a chance to get the silver ticket. Here we have both of these teams once again in our matchup screen.
Yeah, this is going to be a great matchup, and I want to remind you guys, over the next 4 weeks, well, 3 more weeks after this one, we are going to have 3 more Open Cups. We will have 4 champions of that. They'll be joined by 4 more teams that are going to get points over these next 4 weeks, and then we will play that grand finals, like Maxi said, in August. I believe it's August 10th and 11th, in a double elimination tournament, and the winner of that will get a silver ticket for the last chance qualifier for the Clash Clans World Championship. So a lot on the line here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
That's right, and of course, in addition to that, there will be some prize money that they can gain, but whoever comes in second here, they will get 50 points for our leaderboard, and that can also be a way to get into the season finals. But yeah, enough about that. I think we should have another look at the lineups for both of our finalists. Let's see if we have them ready so we know exactly which players they're going to send into battle.
VM Surgical, we got Sammy, Christoph, Isma, Simon, and Alex. This squad they've been performing pretty well. I've been pretty impressed with them. All of the VM squads have been really well, but HTM Esports, they've been on a little bit of a tear here so far, as they have brought 3 NA players, Rigo Torres, Ghost, and Nick, former champions here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, joined with Dreamwalker and Mohammed. This team is meshing well, and they're putting up some really nice times. This should be a really close matchup, in my opinion.
And it's already on the way. We've got Christoph starting it off for VM Surgical, and he's coming in with the Dragons. Once again, not bringing the giant arrow though to snipe one of the sweepers, as they're pointing, both of them are pointing away from the way that he's sending in his Dragons. He's deploying everything really fast, just the King and the Royal Champion missing. Most important thing, the Town Hall is taken out there, and now it's all about how quickly he can get through the rest of this base.
King and Queen from the top side of the base, working in towards that Eagle Artillery. Keep an eye on these Dragons. They're spinning around here in the Tornado Trap, but they are working around that 1 elixir storage there, so may need to put in a minion or 2, or maybe that Electro Dragon will actually go back to it. Have to keep an eye on that as things develop. There goes the King 2 ability, but we have Ice Golems on the Clan Castle coming up on 50 seconds elapsed. Still a lot of base remaining here. This one's a little bit slower of a start, but that's okay. It's still a lot of war to be played.
Yeah, and he invested the Rage and Freestyle in the core just to find a Seeking Airmine a moment after that killed his last remaining dragon at the time. Now finally the Monolith gets taken care of, but there's still a lot of raged up defenses there in the back, and the Royal Champion, having to use her ability early, gets taken out, and at this point it's all about the Queen, and I don't want to call it Bash, but I think this is a fail.
This is a fail. There's no way this gets through. Now with that Expo, the multi-archer tower. Wow, our first fail on broadcast, and it's the first attack of our grand finals. Oh, rip Christoph. This one just does not get through, and it is a 2-star, 91%. Maxi, literally our first fail of the whole broadcast.
Yeah, I was about to mention that we haven't seen a single fail. I mean, I'm happy I didn't, otherwise I would have been the one jinxing it. But yeah, this didn't really go to plan, because all of these dragons, they kind of tended towards the left side where the King and Queen were supposed to take everything out, and they didn't have the value that Christoph expected in the core and towards the end of this base. Really unfortunate start here, and of course now for HTM it's all about getting those safe 3 stars, and the good thing for them is they have a lot of time left to plan and maybe switch up their plans for the remaining attacks. And yeah, that can prove extremely valuable. And this is, yeah, they definitely have a huge shot at their ticket for the season finals now.
Yeah, now all they have to do is just secure 3 stars. They don't have to take any risks. They don't have to worry about time now. This is a huge blow for VM when you start off with a 2-star and your opponent hasn't even gone yet. So your opponent literally is feeling zero pressure this whole war. HCM Esports should be in the driver's seats to go ahead and secure our championship. I know we're not even 2 attacks into this war, but I feel pretty comfortable in saying that. That's just the way these esports wars generally go. It's very rare to see 2 misses.
It is. I mean, we have seen it, in fact, even by Tribe Gaming, I think. Oh no, it was, I think, in favor of Tribe Gaming. So they put off a 2 stars, I think, and then their opponent actually got a 1-star later on. So these things, of course, can happen, but they are really, really rare. And especially in this situation, as I said, where it happens that early and you can adapt to it as a team and with your plans and have a lot of time. So not that much pressure. Yeah, I mean, it's never over until it's over. I mean, even the last attack can be a disconnect. We've seen that as well. So really, we have to see every single attack to find out who will win a war. But yeah, in this case, it definitely sets the signs on a HTM victory here. But they first have to come in and show what they have got. And Dreamwalker is starting it off for them.
9 attacks remaining in this war. Anything could happen. We do have 3 lightning in here, so maybe pair that with the giant arrow, and it does just that along with the earthquake to go ahead and take out the multi-target inferno along with that rage tower, which should slow up some of the damage in the core of this base. Does have a stone slammer selected at the current time. Spiky ball on the king with the vamp stash. Queen's gonna go ahead and start working towards these dragons, but maybe wanted her to cut back with the king. We'll see. Keep an eye on what path she decides to take, but the dragons are going to be in charge of taking down this town hall. No overgrowth on this one.
Yeah, that's right. And he was a little bit late there with the skeleton spell on the monolith, which caused it to target the stone slammer and take it out quite quickly. Now there's just 1 dragon in the rage on the town hall, and he doesn't have any more free spells, and the town hall is staying up for now. Does he have the royal champion? Yes. Okay, he deploys the royal champion to go directly towards that town hall, but then there are skellies. Okay, that's why he pops the ability right away to make sure to get that town hall, and with the last strike she does. But will this be a 3-star even?
Yeah, it's close. There's still a lot. The spiky ball bounces around there for the king. Queen is very healthy with healers, but he does have ice golems. He's got the model. We could see another fail here. It's not looking very. I don't want to call it another fail because there's still a lot left, but this is going to be a tough battle as the Queen's going to have to get through a wall and get these final buildings. Maxi, are we going to see back-to-back fails?
I think this is going to be a fail. I mean, yeah, it's going to be a fail. So what's going to happen is the Queen will take out the storage, then she will beat through the wall, then she will take out the scatter and the other 2 defenses, but she will be in range of the monolith and it will take her out because the healers and unicorn are not strong enough to heal against the monolith damage. So it's going to be a 98% 2-star, I fear.
However, the 98 will be a much higher percentage than VM Surgical, so they could still be in the driver's seat as long as they finish out with 3 stars. So it's not all grim for them. They're still fine. They're still in control here, but a rare back-to-back miss to open up this war.
Yeah, Queen wasn't even able to finish the builder hut, so it's ended actually in a 97% 2-star, but it was the lack of spells in the core of the base. He didn't have any more free spells, otherwise I think a single or maybe 2 blows of the dragon would have finished off that town hall, but as he invested the spells at the start to take out the rage tower and the multi-inferno with the help of the giant arrow, he didn't have any more in the core. And yeah, that's a very interesting setup now. You are definitely right. They are still in the driver's seat here as they still have percentage, but it really showed the whole team that every single attack is somehow prone to a certain risk of a fail. And even though I think Dreamwalker was so consistent, and he had a 57 second attack. Like it really felt like for him, it was all about the speed and not even about getting a 3-star. But now we saw that he is vulnerable, the whole team is vulnerable, and yeah, then they just might feel less secure than they would have with a 3-star.
Yeah, but if you're HCM Esports, this is not the end of the world. You still out-percentage them, so you're still in control of this war. Time doesn't matter anymore. The percentage advantage is 6%, so if you 3-star out, you still win this war. You don't have to worry about time. You don't have to do anything crazy. You can kind of regroup. You still have probably 5 minutes before the next attack, if not 6 minutes. So you have time to get that next attacker in line, get them situated, not necessarily in line. That's a bad wording there, but kind of get them situated and relaxed and calm down. That way they can come in with a 3-star. But VM Sammy, if they can get some 3-stars rolling here, they could put some pressure on. And check this out. We got a zap into the giant arrow, taking out the mono and the rage tower. Nice little start here.
Yeah, there was some good value there for Sammy, and it's actually quite the same situation for VM Surgical now. They cannot do much more than just tripling out, and the time is not really relevant here unless we would have the but the Queen is having a hard time here. He's raging very early, already found 2 black mines, and yeah, okay, he has his eyes on there and freezes the town hall just in time, so that goes down, and now it's all about taking down the rest of the base.
King is on the top side fighting those ice golems, does have the royal champion in there as well. Root Riders should take a turn to the middle of the base as the Queen is taking out that whole bottom compartment. We do have some super minions coming out of the clan castle from that siege barracks as well, but the Queen did go down on the bottom, so she'll no longer be providing support. But there's enough in the middle of this base that Sammy should be feeling fine about the 3-star odds here. It's really just getting through this Queen on the back end. I think this one shouldn't have very many issues though.
I agree, especially with the Super Barbarians he still has in store and he puts in towards the end of the attack. I mean, the Royal Champion ability, she would just overwhelm the cannon, the double cannon there easily. He forgot a single storage there on the left side, or rather his troops forgot to take it out, but as we said, the time is not that important anymore, so these 5 to 10 seconds that they will take to get over there and take it out do not matter. They are able to 3-star and they are keeping the pressure at least a little bit up for HTM.
I think that's the main thing right now is, yes, you're down, you're in a bad situation kind of right now, but you can't just roll over. You have to keep the pressure on, you have to keep putting up 3-stars, and who knows, maybe HCM makes another mistake. All it takes is, like you said on the attack from Dream, was just lack of spells in the right spot, or just a lack of troops going to the right area, and you could see another miss. Anything could happen here. So if you're VM, you stay in this, you keep fighting to the very end, you try to put up 14 stars if possible, and hopefully that's enough to give yourself a chance. But on the counter to that, HCM, all you do is get your team in line, get the 3-stars, and win the war.
Yeah, but then I just remembered we said the same thing about HTM after the fail of VM Surgical, then that we said after they actually failed as well. We said, well, they just have to triple out now and it's all about just the safe 3-stars. But then again, they showed that with that mindset, they still had a fail. So that's what probably, might be the little devil on their shoulders now going into the next attacks. And maybe they might even switch up some things. Like, for example, in this case, we were talking about how Dreamwalker did not have any more free spells in the core, so they might go with a different approach where they have some spells in the back that if something goes wrong they can use for a possible town hall takedown or something else. So and having these thoughts already puts some pressure on you, because they just have to switch on switch their attacks up or adapt to the new situation, and it might just result in some minor insecurities that can then result in a fail. I mean, I just want to say basically this war isn't over, and HTM, they have to show what they got still, and they have to start 3-starring in their last attack, in their next attack.
Too long didn't read of Maxi's statement there. This war is not over, guys. We still have 7 attacks left. And I mean, HCM is very well versed. They've been here before. They know how to handle the pressure. So I'm not worried about the pressure getting to them or anything. It's just, I mean, it came down to our 5th war of the day to see our first fail. We saw back-to-back fails. So anything could happen here. If you're HCM, I don't know. I still feel really good about your odds here. It's going to be Nick coming in next with dragons, just straight up dragons and balloons. Does have the giant arrow there for the Queen. Should be able to sweep in and take some nice value out. Plenty of freezes, plenty of rages. Ooh. Uses the giant arrow to go ahead and direct traffic to the Queen. She will lose one of those healers, however.
I'm not sure if he wanted to take out these buildings or rather the air defenses. And also I think he wanted the queen to go around the bottom side and take out the queen, which is why he invested a skeleton spell there that has now been rather useless. So not everything going according to plans so far. Let's see if the town hall takedown works. Yes. So that is that is crucial, and yeah, let's see if he can adapt to how not everything went the way he planned initially.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. The queen definitely, I think, wanted to go down to the bottom. She now finally will go to the bottom, but the dragons are kind of fading out here a little bit. Still has plenty of super barbarians to support. Does have the king with ability and the royal champion yet to be deployed. And the nice thing about this situation is they can kind of take it easy. He doesn't have to rush things. He can kind of adapt to, oh wait, the queen does not go in this compartment. Now she'll go in, but that signal is going to be on her, and she does not have the frozen arrow. Let's see if she can outpace it. She does barely get the single target down.
Yeah, and there's another single target just targeting this king. That's why he used the ability a little bit early. But I think with the royal champion and the hawks and this free spell in the back, he should be able to get it after all.
Yeah, a lot closer than it probably needed to be, though. But it just seemed like things didn't go 100% to plan here for Nick. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Again, time doesn't matter anymore. It's all about just getting 3 stars. So Nick gets the job done for HCM Esports. A little bit of a closer attack. That would definitely felt sketchy. It didn't feel clean at all. But a 3-star is a 3-star on the scoreboard at the end of the day.
Yeah, we didn't see that giant arrow there again at the start. I think he just angled it a little bit different. Or like he put the queen down, so the angle of the giant arrow was a little bit different than he had intended. But yeah, this is the scoreboard at the moment, and we have the average time on here, but more importantly at the top you can see the total destruction percentage, and that is still and will remain in favor of HCM Esports if both of these teams keep 3-starring their bases.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. We've seen some issues, we've seen some errors, and I don't know. If you're HCM, you got to be feeling good for sure. But if you're VM, you know that they're vulnerable at the same time. So you kind of got to just play your game and not necessarily hope for the best, but just maybe force your opponent into a mistake by putting a little bit of pressure on them.
Yeah, and from the attack from Nick, we saw that the meta, we talked about how offense heavy it is, but the meta is also quite forgiving. So even making a couple of mistakes or something not going the way you planned it, it doesn't mean that the attack is over. It can still work, and it wasn't even that close with Nick's attack. Of course, a lot of troops faded out or died off earlier than expected, but in the end, with the royal champion ability and the freeze, it was basically never in doubt that he would be able to overcome the remainder of the base. And that is even though the queen missed both of the air defenses. The queen went into the base first, he lost her, he swagged 2 skeleton spells and so on, and many buildings in the core of the base stayed up. I mean, that's obviously also because a player like Nick is able to adapt to something going wrong, and he has his eyes everywhere, and he can make different usage than intended of, say, a free spell or something else. And then react to it, and that definitely resulted in this still being such a convincing 3-star.
Yeah, Isma coming in next for VM. Nick, one of the most storied players in Clash of Clans esports, an NA legend. I kind of spoke about that earlier, but really understands how to handle the pressures of those situations, so does a good job with that. But Isma's going to come in next for VM, and it looks like Root Rider's going to surge into the middle of the base. Does have that king to open up the middle compartment, the jump spell, excuse me, for the king to open up that middle compartment and give access there, and everything's going to kind of converge right there in the middle. Another super dragon on defense. We've seen HCM using these super dragons, and I think it's a good strategy. If you can get the super dragon just isolated on some of these Root Riders, then it can deal some significant damage. And a lot of times we see those Root Riders kind of coming in on their own, maybe with the Grand Warden, but a lot of times they're not necessarily supported with the heroes. So if you can get the Super Dragon over there, I think it's a good strategy to run, because you could just burn up all these Root Riders. Doesn't happen here, but just kind of stating that there.
Yeah, you're definitely right. And I mean, luckily the pets are taking care of the Super Dragon, but other than that, I think it did a lot of damage. The king had very nice value in the core of the base. However, the queen ability was used while she was fighting off some skeleton spells, and we can see at the bottom that the scatter shot compartment is still completely alive. The queen would have taken it out if he had invested a freeze spell there, which he uses now, but all of that, again, doesn't really matter because this is still a very convincing 3-star. Every single troop is collapsing into that final compartment, and yeah, it's about 1 minute and 30 seconds there. Yeah, just for everyone who likes to see fast attacks. But yeah, as we said, these players are not really putting everything they have into 3-starring fast at this point.
Right. Time doesn't matter. What I do like, though, at the end of the attack, we saw the bear up there from the druid. So remember, the druid starts out healing troops for 30 seconds, 5 targets, but then after those 30 seconds, or until it takes enough damage, it transforms into the bear. And we saw a couple of those bears up there at the end, and I've been experimenting with it also. I kind of like a couple of druids in my Root Rider armies. I think the healing that it adds, not only to the Root Riders, but the Valkyries, keeping them up through some high damage areas, I think it's very valuable. So we're seeing a lot of players doing that with the Root Riders here, adding in 1 or 2 of those brand new troops, the Druid, to get that healing, and then you get the tanking of a bear that's going to get out in front, targeting defenses. It's a really nice utility troop that we haven't really seen anything like that in Clash of Clans before this troop, where it has dual purpose, healing and then tanking when it switches to bear form.
Yeah, and since the Root Rider damage has been nerfed quite a bit, it doesn't really matter to have 1 or 2 more Root Riders. It's more about them opening the walls for the Valkyries and the heroes, and that they still provide, but they stay alive longer with the help of the healing of the Druids, and this way they can open the walls longer and throw out more of the base. So that comes in really handy. And then towards the end of the attack, as you said, the bear comes out, and the bear can run through the opened walls and provide tanking for the heroes or other damage dealing troops. So definitely a very, very nice addition there to the Root Rider attacks. I mean, probably the players are also experimenting with some other use cases, like supporting maybe a hero or 2 heroes with 1 or 2 druids, and then having even deeper hero dives into the base, something like that. But I'm pretty sure at this point some teams keep their secret strategies also in the dark, especially those that have already qualified for the World Championship. Yeah, because if they found something new out, you know, they don't want to tell it to anyone. They want to have the advantage of that at a later point this year.
Yeah, and those are always those fun moments when we see something crazy happen at a big tournament like World or something, and it's something we've never seen before. So I think we're setting up pretty nicely with that between the different equipments. Like, we haven't seen really any of the brand new equipment. The Rocket Spear for the World Champion, we really don't see that at all. I'm waiting to see, you know, like a Fireball, Spiky Ball, Rocket Spear attack come into play at some point, but we'll have to see how things develop here. But right now, it's all about speed in the meta. And Mohamed is coming in with the Root Riders. Speed, not so much the name of this game, as it's more percentage game here. And if Mohamed can get a 3-star and keep HCM alive, that's the main goal right here. King will go ahead and bust in, work his way to the Town Hall, as the Root Riders are going to join the party. And everything is all in here, with the few exceptions of the Super Barbarians. Should have a nice push right through this Town Hall.
Yeah, I wonder if this, the jump spell connects there. And yeah, it does connect, so the king can jump over the wall. Nice use of the overgrowth spell there in the core to make sure that all of the troops stay out of the Town Hall explosion and Town Hall poison. And yeah, it's still looking very, very solid here. Many spells left for Mohamed, and especially the hero abilities as well.
I like the Valkyries out of the siege barracks though. They come over and assist with those last few archers that were there from the clan castle. Now he's going to have to backtrack over to the Town Hall. No more freeze spells, so the Town Hall is going to deal out massive damage, but the Royal Champion is there. She'll be able to take it down with her ability and those Hog Riders. Now it's up to the Queen and the last little bit here to finish off this base, and he should have no issues there. Queen still has ability, still has a couple Super Barbarians. It's close. It's a little bit closer for comfort, but at the end of the day, it's a 3-star, and that's all that matters.
That's right. But ending up with just the queen must be one of the closest attacks we've seen today. It came in quite clutch for or like the royal champion came in quite clutch for Mohammeda there in the center of the base when she was able to take out the town hall with in the rage spell there. Yeah, incredible how all of a sudden these attacks seem to be very, very close.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I don't know if they're like, you know, purposely playing it a little bit closer to the vest or purposely
for entertainment.
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely adding a little bit of drama to it, but we've talked about it plenty of times now. HCM just has to 3-star out, and they will win this war and be our first Mobile Cup champions, and we'll move on to the grand finals. VM Surgical just hoping, fingers crossed, for one more mistake so that they can maybe steal this Open Cup final here from HCM Esports, but it's a tall task, man. But I mean, look what we saw there. That attack was super close. The attack before that also super close. So I don't know. I don't want to say anything can happen, but at this point, anything can happen.
Yeah, and I mean, so far HTM were able to just barely steal away the 3 stars every single time. But yeah, if they cannot make the attacks go closer than that in their remaining 2, and if VM Surgical is able to keep the pressure up, at least a little bit of pressure when they 3-star, then still, yeah, we have to wait and see what HTM is able to do, and if maybe they slip up, maybe a player is asleep. You know, the time in the US, we talked about it. It's already very late at night there. You guys are doing a great job though, keeping the energy up. Let's hope it's the same for the players and everyone is still there and not taking a quick nap.
Well, we have what, Ghost and Rigo still left. I don't know where they're from in the United States, but if they're from the West Coast, it's 4 in the morning on the West Coast here, so it is very late. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. I think we'll be fine. There's no way anyone falls asleep during the finals, right? That doesn't happen.
Yeah, no, you're right. I think Rigo is based in Mexico.
Okay,
yeah,
so he's probably West Coast time, so it might be 4 a.m. for Rigo. I thought so, but I didn't want to speak to it without knowing.
All right, next attack, we have Ultra coming in, and once more, as we just talked about, we see 2 druids that will come in to support the Root Riders. He's using the giant arrow, even though he's not bringing the dragons, but the purpose in this case is to take out the poison tower near that town hall to create some funneling there, so the builder hut next to the town hall was taken out, so the troops go directly into that town hall. And the third purpose, of course, damage other buildings in the base, and that will eventually also take some seconds off the clock. That's why we usually see the giant arrow also being used in attacks that the player wants to get as fast as possible. But for now, there is still a big question mark over the town hall takedown by the king.
Yeah, the king gets distracted by the ice golems there, pulls away from the town hall. The Root Riders look like they're headed that way, so it should be fine on the town hall. We'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, the Royal Champion, I think, throws the last spear to get that down. Still plenty of roots, still plenty of troops in here. Queen is very healthy on the top side. It still has a Rage and a Freeze as well. Feel pretty confident about this one for VM Ultra. I don't think it's going to be a close call like the last one was. Just a little bit of an issue with the Town Hall, with the King getting distracted. But ultimately, it will be another 3-star here for VM Surgical. I think. Wait a second.
I hope so,
but
this combination of Monolith and Multi-Inferno looks very scary. The Royal Champion does not have the Fox anymore, so she won't turn invisible. Okay, but luckily she goes to the Monolith first, and then she's able to finish off the Multi-Inferno. And yeah, eventually it's going to be a 3-star, but you're right, this looked a little bit shaky in between.
Yeah, like I said, no worries at all there, Maxi. That was never a doubt. I was worried that that Monolith might lock onto the RC, and that could have definitely made things a little bit dicey. I thought the Roots were going to get the Mono down, so that's why I wasn't so concerned about it, but the Roots kind of faded out there. Ultimately, it is a 3-star on their 4th attack. HCM Esports obviously is going to have to respond with a 3-star of their own, but very nicely done. And this one, we're just kind of going through it here. Time doesn't matter. It's all about the 3-stars. If you're HCM, you just got a 3-star out. If you're VM, you just gotta hope they miss one more time.
Yep, it feels a little bit weird not to talk about the speed of the attack after every single one. Like we've done it for 4 wars straight, all of them ending up perfect wars, all of them so close. They're on the time basis in the end. And yeah, now it's all about getting that 3-star for those teams. So it can shift very quickly in the current meta there. What is actually the talking points in a stream and after an attack?
Yeah, it was interesting. Like I'm telling the audience, time doesn't matter, and I'm still writing down the times on my notes. So I'm like, wait a second, what am I doing here? All I need to worry about is the stars. And even then, it's just if HCM misses or not at this point. The war is pretty self-explanatory. It's just we get to watch some excellent attacks from some of the top clashers. I don't know, Maxi. Would you consider if HCM kind of wins this one? It felt like they were an underdog coming into this bracket here with these 8 teams. We had Tribe Gaming in here. We had a golden ticket winner. To me, they felt like a little kind of underdog story.
I agree. I mean, underdog is maybe a little bit too like harsh, but because we know how well they have been performing also in the Snapdragon Pro Series NA editions before. But we have VM Legacy and Synchronic had them in here.
Right.
Both of them are 2 of the 3 golden ticket winners so far, so they have proven to be some of the few best teams of the world. Tribe Gaming, same. They have been in almost all world championships, being, I think, second in 2022, but yeah, I don't know, but definitely they are one of the best teams in the world. So no, if someone was betting on someone winning this today, I think that few people would have gone for HDM, so we can say that much. Anyways, the next attack has started already, and it's Ghost coming in there with a little bit of a queen charge bash, and that is something unusual that we definitely only see when time does not matter anymore.
Yeah, this is one of those safer strategies. You whip up the queen charge routes just to kind of mix it up a little bit. It's a little bit of a safer strategy because you can get so much value out of a queen charge. And when I say underdog, I don't mean that like in a disrespectful way. I just think given the 8 teams that were plotted, or 7 teams, I guess, plotted against them, it just seemed like they wouldn't be the favorites in a lot of cases. I mean, for me, I support my NA clashers. NA's got to stick together here, so I'm very happy to see them performing like this. But we do have other NA players in the tournament as well. But if they can get this first cup out of the way, get the victory, and secure the grand finals, that would be massive for the squad. It'll build not only a lot of confidence, but save them so much effort moving forward. But let's keep an eye on Ghost attack here as that queen is charging in for the town hall. Root Rider's going for the top side of the base. Still has the warden ability, still has Royal Champion yet to be deployed. King's stuck on a wall, but that's okay. Oh, and no, actually King's fighting an Ice Golem, but this one's coming together pretty nicely.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Ghost, and I absolutely understand what you're saying. And of course, we love the little rivalry that is going on between NA and other regions in the world, like especially the EMEA region, I would say. And this would be a big statement, from a mainly NA-based roster there, to show all of the European teams what they got and that they can actually come out victorious. Because, there some European teams have been saying, well, yeah, NA, Snapdragon EA, that's not that hard to win. There are not that many good teams. Or some NAs have said, well, we want to keep our own tournament. And, there's always this little bit of chit-chat and rivalry going on. And if now an NA-based team comes in here and just gets the job done and shows all of the other teams that, yeah, today they were the best in the world, that's a huge statement. And I think that can serve a nice and friendly rivalry here.
What do you mean, Maxi? This is our tournament. This is NA's tournament. We're seeing it right here, bud. We're seeing it right here. HCM Esports with another 3 stars. Ghost gets the job done, and they are 1 3-star away from the first Open Cup championship here. HCM Esports looking really nice. Even when they fall, they are still looking strong. NA coming out on top. Oh, I love it. I love it.
I bet you do, but it's so nice that out of charity you let some European and Asian-based teams compete as well, just to grab it in the end anyways. But yeah, this is what we're looking at. 1 attack for each team left, an advantage there for HTM Esports with just 1 attack to go. Yeah, there's really not much that VM Surgical can do at this point. They just have to keep focused for the last attack, get one more 3-star and hope for the best. But HDM are, with their attacks, are basically showing, well, that was one slip up, but that's all there's gonna be from us.
Yeah, and that slip up, I mean, it wasn't even major. It was just a few. He just needed a few more dragons to go to the middle, and probably would have 3-star that. 97% is a little bit brutal, but ultimately, when your opponent makes that first mistake, you have a little bit of wiggle room. 97% versus 91 is the difference in this war right now, and these final 2 attacks will decide it. All we need to see is a 3-star from Rigo Torres, and we will have our first champion in HTM Esports. So 2 attacks to decide it, but it feels like it's been decided all along. Maybe.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. We see another Queen Charge Root Riders now from VM Surgical, but we said it makes total sense because the time doesn't matter for them either. But let's see if they are able to do an attack as solid and as doubtless a 3-star as Ghost was just able to do.
Alrighty, Simon coming in from the top side here does pull out those ice golems from the clan castle. We do have the battle blimp working through there. Sometimes you'll see the rage, but when there's not a defending hero in that compartment, a rage isn't necessary. And we see that right there. The Yetis are able to clear out that whole compartment, also deal with one of the ice golems. So a very nice setup. Now he's able to deal with the headhunter. Well, I guess there was the headhunter in there as well. So now the queen will charge in from the bottom side, and he'll just set up this push to the middle of the base.
Yeah, but I don't really understand what he's doing there. He should have lured the ice golems at 12 o'clock, or like he did lure them and then used the poison spell on them, another archer, and then or like a Valkyrie, and then he would have had an easy time taking them out. But this way, the ice golems are actually coming back down to the queen or the king, and they will pose a little bit of a problem for him. So all that he's set up with that blimp and not investing any spells, yeah, he kind of threw in the trash can again when he didn't take the ice golems out at the top side. But anyways, now the most important thing is that he keeps an eye on the queen because she's being targeted by the town hall and the monolith. Nice invisibility spell there, 2-star secured, and now let's see how the root riders can pierce through that base.
What's crazy is, like, it feels like this attack just getting started, and by this point most attacks are over. We're a minute 30 in, and most of the attacks we've seen throughout the tournament are over at this point. Now the Root Riders are going to go ahead and move through the middle of the base. They should have some nice support here with the Royal Champion. They do have the Rage in there. Queen still has ability, Royal Champion still has ability. Plenty of utility troops on the outside to clean this up. Looking really nice for Simon, but ultimately it's out of their hands. It comes down to HTM Esports. Does a good job here, manages everything well. Queen Charge is definitely the safe play, but you're going to have to hold Rigo Torres to a 2-star somehow.
Yeah, that's going to be tough as this attack is coming to an end. Nice Royal Champion ability. He knew that he didn't have to delay it any longer as there are just a couple of defenses left. He still has the Spirit Fox as well that can turn her invisible. And this attack basically ends like Ghost's attack before. You know, never in doubt that it would become a 3-star still. I won't say close on time, but it just feels so weird to see an attack with just 2 digits left on the timer, right. Like 20-30 seconds left. But yeah, he gets the job done. 14 stars for VM Surgical that have put up an amazing show today. Especially the war before was really, really good against DZX Cenizos. In that war, they really didn't show any weakness whatsoever. But yeah, in this final, they gave HTM the upper hand early on, and now HTM can finally capitalize on that when they get their next attack in, and it gets a 3-star.
Now, if this plays out the way we think it will and HTM Esports does get the victory, remember VM Surgical will still get 50 points. And even if they don't win one of our cups, they can still make it to our grand final with those points. So even though they might not get the victory here, getting second place is still very valuable to them, as we have 3 other cups. They're going to want to get as many points as possible so they can still make it to that grand final and still compete for the silver ticket in the end.
Yeah, I agree. And 50 points is actually already a huge amount, given that there are only 4 open cups and 4 times 50 points will be given away. And yeah, it's a single elimination bracket leading in there. But enough about that. We've got the last attacker, Rigo Torres, coming in, and he is bringing the Root Riders once again, finds a Tesla farm early on. But yeah, Bash, at this point, if he gets the 3-star, they get the victory of the tournament today.
And Rigo Torres is in with the Root Riders, just sticking to the plan here. I kind of like this. Don't change it up. Don't go with anything too different. Go with what you've been practicing. He's been probably using these Root Riders a ton. It's the meta right now, so he's very familiar with how it works, and he's just going to go ahead and send it right through the middle. I am a little bit concerned about the Town Hall. He does have an overgrowth, though, so he can overgrowth that area and come back to it, and does just that right there. So the scatter shot and everything will kind of be disabled for a little bit while the Root Riders work on the top side of the base. Keep an eye on those super minions dealing a little bit of damage, but should be fine as everything works through the top compartments.
Yeah, it's looking really good. This top compartment is really scary there with the heroes, the skellies and the monolith, but great job from Rigo freezing it, and this way it can do nothing to these troops, and look at how easily they can take all of it out. And Bash, I think we can already call it there. Queen ability, Royal Champion ability still intact. 3 free spells and a rage spell left. Rigo Torres will fulfill all the expectations that we had in him, and he will make sure that HTM get their ticket to the season final representing NA. They get the victory. Congratulations.
Rigo Torres gets the job done. From me, the MVP of HCM today, gets the job done in that 5 spot, 3 wars in a row, and they are the champions of the Cup 1. They will move on to our grand final in August, which means they do not have to compete anymore. Saves them so much time and effort. Man, I'm very proud of this squad. Defending NA champions, coming back with a vengeance, and getting the job done. What a performance from them today.
Yeah, really impressive. 3 Go Torres, we should say, after that 3-star. But then again, it's not. It's pretty common to get 3 stars amongst all of these pros. I just checked the prize pool for the season final, by the way, and securing the spot there already secures them a cash victory of at least $2,000. So that was a very valuable 3-star there in the end.
I told you this is a NA tournament here, Maxi. The NA squad looking strong, looking good. Very proud of them. But honestly, like, with the competition, I felt like they did a really good job. I felt like all the teams looked really good here. Even the match that Tribe lost against HCM, that was a few second difference of a war. So I'm really looking forward to the other 3 cups and then our grand finals. I mean, if this is the level of competition we're going to get, I'm glad that the Snapdragon Pro Series has gone global and we get to see some of the top teams and the whole wide world competing week in and week out here.
Yeah, I agree. And this match between Tribe Gaming was just 2 seconds in the end between both of these teams on average. That was insane. I mean, then again, I'm excited to see how many more NA teams we're going to see in this NA tournament. I think definitely one of the best ones has already made it today. But as you said, yeah, against amazing competitors here today, I think we'll take a look once more at the bracket. So this is the way that HTM had to get through to secure this victory today. And we see these big names that we've talked about time and time again. Very impressive path here to secure that victory.
Yeah, very nice. Some really good names in this bracket. I mean, teams with golden tickets, teams we've seen in the world's qualifiers, really well-known teams like Tribe Gaming. So it's not like they had an easy path through it. They had to play some of the best players in the world, and they showed up when it mattered the most. Rigo Torres in that 5 spot was absolutely clutch. The Valkyrie attack, Maxi. How about that Valkyrie attack, man? Just so fun to watch them perform today.
Yeah, that was amazing. And as you said before, those are exactly the surprises that we love to see in these types of tournaments. And yeah, HTM delivered on basically every aspect that we love as casters, that you guys love as viewers, I think. And with the clutch final here, getting it done was amazing. You can see it below us. Join our Discord server if you want to keep kept updated about anything going on with the Snapdragon Pro series. We will have 3 more open cups over the next couple of weeks, and then eventually the season final in August, where the silver ticket will be given away. And yeah, Bash, any final words?
Yeah, also don't forget to follow on socials, because the times for these for the next 3 weeks are different. So follow us on the socials, join the Discord so you have all those details, but also get 4 of your buddies together and play. You can compete as well. I think they start on Saturdays, the big ladder opens, or the big tournament opens bracket, and you can play and you can compete against some of the best players in the world and have a chance at the World Championships. So don't only follow us, get involved, play, have some fun with it.
Exactly. So what's holding you guys back? The next Open Final will take place in pretty much exactly 1 week. It will be a couple of hours, start a couple of hours later. We'll be starting at 1 p.m. CEST. That's 4 hours later than we started today. It will be next Sunday, so make sure to tune in. If you want to take part yourself, make sure to register well before that. And yeah, we are very excited about this. We're happy that it started off with such a great first Open Final. Amazing attacks. Thanks to the team, thanks to production, thanks to you, Bash, and thanks to Woody as well, who hopefully already is in his sleeves dreaming about the best attacks of today. And thanks to you guys at home for watching and supporting us. And we will see you next week. Until then, clash on.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!